The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin the King's Avatar Chapter 981. There would be 10 days of rest after the completion of the group stage. The next stage of the tournament would begin on 5/16, a Friday night. There would be 3 rounds over the next 3 weeks until the Challenger League champion was crowned. The teams eliminated in the group stage returned home one after the other over the next few days. Many player teams felt very satisfied because they had managed to reach this step. They received quite a chunk of prize money from the alliance. Their trip could be considered worthwhile. The team most unwilling to leave was Team Mysterious Fantasy. After the end of the second day of the group stage, the press released news that Mysterious Fantasy's coach, Ye Xiu, had stepped down from his position. Reporters tried to contact him, but all of their requests were declined. The official statement from Mysterious Fantasy said that from their 3 seasons of experience, they felt like coaching wasn't suitable for the current Glory competitive scene. The following 5/9 issue of the Esports Home also published this piece of news. However, most of the news was focused on Team Happy, the team that had eliminated Team Mysterious Fantasy from the tournament. Chang Xian prepared a detailed introduction on Team Happy long ago. What's more, he had revised it multiple times after consulting Team Happy. Now that Team Happy had attracted so much attention, Chang Xian finally had the opportunity to bring out the article that he had been holding onto for so long. Team Happy had finally been introduced on the front page. Apart from that, how could they not want to know the team's thoughts? In the same issue, Chang Xian also did an interview on Team Happy. Chang Xian had finally made it into the spotlight this week. Through his relationship with Happy, he alone took up half of the space given for the Challenger League. The other 2 reporters that had come specifically for the Challenger League were filled with envy. They had also grabbed onto Team Happy. They had looked to do interviews for Happy and had written also introductions for them. But how could they know as much as a team reporter like Chang Xian? The final articles chosen to be published were all Chang Xian's. Becoming a team reporter for an internet cafe grassroots team. In the beginning, the 2 had laughed at Chang Xian's decision, but now they couldn't even force a smile. Let's see how long his pride will last. The 2 thought venomously and began cursing for Team Happy to hurry and get eliminated. If they couldn't profit from it, then the material was worthless in their eyes. As for Cao Guangcheng, he deserved to be an experienced reporter. He didn't even try and fight with Chang Xian for Team Happy. He continued to insipidly write about his specific topic. This week, he analyzed Team Excellent Era's situation with the new tournament format. The Challenger League entered the next stage, while this season's Pro League had entered the final stage. 5/10. The 34th round of Season 9 of the Glory Alliance. Team Tyranny and their 4 Heavenly Kings had steadily held the lead since the start. Even now, their position at the top of the regular season standings remained unshakable. In addition, with their efficiency at earning points, breaking the record for total number of points won in a season was no problem for them. However, trying to beat Team Excellent Era's Season 2 record would be practically impossible. That season, Team Excellent Era won a total of 276 points. It didn't seem like a very high number from a total points perspective, but that was because the Alliance only had 16 teams at the time. Back then, there had only been 30 matches in a season. Thus, comparing their total points would not be a good comparison, so comparing the average number of points won per match would be more fair. In that case, Team Excellent Era won 9.2 points per match on average during the second season. This record was ridiculous to the point of being untouchable. With only 4 rounds left the season, it was already hopeless for Team Tyranny to challenge it. However, just being able to vie for the record already showed Team Tyranny's unquestionable dominance this season. In second place was last season's champions, Team Samsara. This season, they strived to defend their title. Even though they had been suppressed by team tyranny in the regular season, the playoffs and the regular season were unrelated. Team Blue Rain pushed them down last year too, but who won the playoffs in the end? The regular season had more matches over a longer period of time. It tested a team's consistency, but the playoffs was an elimination tournament. 2 matches would determine the winner. It tested a team's explosiveness. Third, fourth, fifth place was Team Blue Rain, Team Wind Howl, and Team Tiny Herb respectively. The number of points between the 3 teams was very close, so it was not possible to distinguish which team was better than the other through placings. However, Team Wind Howl failed to even make it to the playoffs last season, yet now they had turned a new leaf this season, becoming a powerhouse no weaker than Team Blue Rain and Team Tiny Herb. Tang Hao's transfer had already been considered last summer's most successful transfer. The fight for the last 3 playoff spots for the 6th, 7th, and 8th place team were very extremely intense. Team Misty Rain was in 6th place. They had no strong teams in the next 4 rounds, so their situation was looking up. Team 100 Blossoms was in 7th place. They had lost too many points during the start of the season. They only started catching up after they managed to recover. Their situation was somewhat grave. Team Void was in 8th place. The Ghost duo had lasted for so many years. They had always placed neither low nor high, as if they were stuck at a bottleneck. Their performance this season had its ups and downs. Even though they still held onto their playoff spot for now, many people considered them as the team most likely to disappoint. If they lost their playoff spot, they might just keep falling from there. What were the chances of Team Void losing their playoff spot? It was actually quite likely. Team 301 was biting at their heels. Team 301 was the model example of an average team. Their players weren't the best and their characters weren't the most powerful, but the team operated extremely well. Their team's performance was very consistent and they frequently made it to playoffs. Their performance this season had been affected by Su Bin's departure. If not, they might have forced the inconsistent Team Void out long ago. The teams closely behind Team 301 were some of the great mysteries of the season. Radiant, Conquering Clouds, Heavenly Swords, Parade. These 4 teams moved up and down the rankings together. They were neatly in order from 10th to 13th place. It was truly surprising. In the beginning, their initial impression was that they should be pacing back and forth between the relegation zone. Instead, they had actually run past it into the middle zone. It was even possible for them to make it into playoffs. Teams with all-stars like Royal Style and Seaside had been forced behind them. The original 10th place team, Team Thunderclap, also surprised many. Now they had been pushed aside too. These 4 teams benefited the most from the new game update. However, only the club guild elites competing for wild bosses in the game knew the real reason why they were performing so well. However, as the season proceeded towards the final stage, the focus of the teams shifted again. Many pro players withdrew from the game and began focusing more on their matches, especially the teams bordering on the edge like 100 Blossoms, Void, and 301. How could they dare to be careless now? As soon as these teams started focusing on the matches, those 4 teams obviously met with trouble. From a points perspective, they could still make it to playoffs, but in reality, these 4 teams knew in their hearts that they had only been profiting at the others' expense. Taking advantage of them was just a one-time thing. They still didn't have the strength to rival them on equal footing. The Pro League and Challenger League had reached their most exciting stages. However, because there was quite a wide skill gap between different teams in the Challenger League compared to the teams in the Pro League, everyone's attention was more focused. Thus, apart from a few teams, the majority of the teams weren't under much pressure. Team Excellent Era's opponents wouldn't go so far as to not sleeping, trying to figure out a strategy on how to beat Excellent Era. Everyone would laugh at them, treating them as silly people with their panties in a bunch. 10 days passed by quickly. It was finally match day. Among the 8 teams, the highlight match would be between Team Jade Dynasty and Team Trader. Group B's Team Trader made it past a former pro team. They were clearly the biggest dark horse in this offline tournament. They had spectacular performances against Group B's Team Happy and Team Mysterious Fantasy. In this match between Team Jade Dynasty, no one could be certain that Team Jade Dynasty would win just because they had once been a pro team. The Dark Horse's journey ended here, though. The highlight match ended dully. From the group arena to the team competition, Team Jade Dynasty seemed to be following a routine. They kept advancing step by step until Team Trader finally fell. The matches for Team Happy and Team Excellent Era were without any suspense. Player teams were easily beaten by them, so the most interesting match was the one between Group C's first seed and Group D's second seed. The strength between the two teams was quite close. Even though the quality of match wasn't that high, it was at least exciting to watch. Unfortunately, if this type of excitement was enough to satisfy the crowd, why would pro teams need to exist? The quarter-finals ended just like that. None of the matches made anyone's blood race. Even the media reports towards the matches felt dispirited. However, thinking of the next confrontations, everyone's spirits rose. In the top half, Happy and Jade Dynasty would clash. This should be a fairly high-quality match. As for the second half, players who supported Excellent Era and had yet to tire from them winning would continue to be in admiration as their gods crushed enemy weaklings. 2 more matches. On the morning of the second day, Chen Guo woke up from her dream with a smile. Sunlight had already filled her room. The joy from her dream had yet to recede. She looked to the side and noticed that her roommate Tang Ru was nowhere to be seen. She woke up so early, Chen Guo muttered to herself. She got out of bed, washed up, tidied everything, and then left the room. The corridor was extremely quiet. Chen Guo reckoned that the others were still sleeping, so she didn't go to bother them. She went downstairs, ate breakfast, and then headed over to the internet cafe practice room. Excellent Era had booked their own hotel, while the liveliness at the start of the offline tournament was no longer as crazy. Of the 19 teams at this hotel, only 3 remained. Everyone was together in the same place during this period of time, and everyone shared glory as their passion. The players all loved to play the game, so even though they were here to compete against each other, they still became good friends off stage. Those who could make it to this stage of the Challenger League were outstanding players. As a result, Chen Guo was quite enthusiastic about recruiting these people for Happy. But even if they were outstanding, many of them had their own foundations in the game. Most of them shrugged off her attempts to recruit them. Chen Guo had lots of experience with the game. She understood all of that, so she wasn't impatient. Her chasing haze added many friends in the game during this period of time. They could meet again in the heavenly domain. In comparison, more people were more interested in Ye Xiu. What was surprising to Chen Guo was that Ye Xiu didn't seem to avoid many topics, even though he had always acted mysterious in the past. What's going on? Chen Guo was puzzled. What do you mean? I was using someone else's name before. How could I not try to keep a low profile? Ye Xiu said half-jokingly. The King's Avatar chapter 982 was the fake identity the reason why Ye Xiu had always been hiding. Ye Xiu didn't seem to be serious when he said that this was the reason, so Chen Guo wasn't certain. Before Chen Guo met Ye Xiu, if it was said that God Ye Xiu didn't accept interviews or do endorsements in order to focus on competing, Chen Guo would have believed it. She knew him better now, though. Chen Guo always felt like even though Ye Xiu's dedication towards glory wasn't false, he wasn't so dedicated that he would refuse to do anything else. After knowing him for so long, Chen Guo felt like Ye Xiu must have many reasons for hiding. For example, in the beginning, he didn't want his family to find him after running away from home. Keeping a low profile because he was using a fake identity was a very understandable reason too. Ye Xiu was probably too lazy to deal with that stuff anyways. These may all be reasons for why he had molded his image as this mysterious god. But now, his family problems weren't as serious as back then. His fake identity problem had been resolved. Thus, of those three reasons, two were no longer problems. It made sense that Ye Xiu would push the boat along the current and stop hiding. Chen Guo continued thinking about it as she walked towards Happy's practice area. It wasn't empty at all. Everyone in Team Happy, including Mo Fan, had gotten up even earlier than her. All of them were busy in front of their computers. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Seeing how enthusiastic everyone was, Chen Guo felt very ashamed and grumbled to Tang Ru. I didn't think everyone would be up so early either, Tang Ru said. Was this all a coincidence? Chen Guo said. Yup. Tang Ru nodded her head. When I got here, Ye Xiu and Old Wei were already here. What's everyone up to? Chen Guo looked around in a circle. The majority of them were practicing. Only Ye Xiu, Wei Chen, and Sun Jiping were circled around a single computer. All three of them had their hands crossed over their chests. Their expressions were grave as they stared at the screen. There was a glory match recording being played on the screen. After Chen Guo went closer to take a look, she could see that it was Team Jade Dynasty's match. The offline tournament had been going on for a month now. Not only did she recognize every player on the remaining teams, she recognized the characters on each team too. The screen was currently displaying one of Team Jade Dynasty's matches in the group stage. Chen Guo watched for a bit, but she didn't see any problems. Team Jade Dynasty was heralded as a pro team, but their performance was always very mediocre. In their next match, more people actually favored Team Happy. After eliminating Team Everlasting and beating Team Mysterious Fantasy 10-0, no one doubted that Team Happy was the real deal. However, beating Team Excellent Era, very few people believed that it could happen. But in many people's eyes, Team Jade Dynasty wasn't even as good as Team Everlasting or Team Mysterious Fantasy. When they fought against Team Happy, wouldn't they lose even more miserably? However, Chen Guo saw how solemn the three gods were as they watched Jade Dynasty's match. She felt like there should be a reason, so she was too afraid to rashly come out with her wise opinion on the matter. She watched along with them for a while longer. This match ended with Jade Dynasty winning the team competition. What do you think? Ye Xiu spoke. Your analysis is reasonable. Sun Jiping nodded his head. What's going on? In the end, Chen Guo couldn't help but interrupt them. Oh, we're studying Jade Dynasty. Ye Xiu turned his head and saw Chen Guo. He gave her a quick explanation. Is there a problem with Jade Dynasty? Chen Guo asked. Jade Dynasty's performance has always been quite mediocre, but being able to maintain that performance the entire time shows how terrifyingly consistent they are. Ye Xiu said. What does that mean? Chen Guo didn't understand. It means that they've always been more than up to the task. They have the ability to win their matches in a more dominant manner, yet they only play at this current level. Ye Xiu said. Why is that? I don't know. Ye Xiu shook his head. Maybe it's because they're intentionally showing that they're weak, or maybe it's because it's a way to practice their control over their rhythm. In short, this isn't Team Jade Dynasty's true strength, Chen Guo said. It's just a guess. For now, all three of us acknowledge that it's a possibility. Ye Xiu said while pulling out his QQ. He clicked on a profile picture in his friends list. His QQ trembled and then he sent a hello, hello, hello. Then the QQ interface showed that the other side was typing, but no reply came after a long time. Ye Xiu waited patiently and typed again. Is it that bad? Even your typing is this slow. Chen Guo moved closer to take a look. Her jaw dropped. The other side's name was Yu Wenzhou. Why did Ye Xiu look for Team Blue Rain's captain? Chen Guo was puzzled. Then she saw the other side's reply. They should be suppressing their rhythm deliberately. But I don't think that it's because they're pretending they're weaker than they actually are. They should be playing slower and more patiently in order to play more consistently. Their playing looks as if they're out of practice. It's as if they're still familiarizing themselves with new characters. As I thought, Ye Xiu replied, that's just my own opinion. Yu Wenzhou expressed. Okay, I've got it. Sorry, if you're sleepy then you should go back to bed, Ye Xiu said. Ye Xiu closed the chat window and then looked towards Wei Chen and Sun Jiping. His opinion is the same as ours. It looks like that really is the case. Chen Guo figured out what had just happened. She stood on the side, dumbstruck. These guys analyzing it was fine, but even pulling along Blue Rain's Yu Wenzhou and having this top master help them analyze it too. This is breaking the rules, Chen Guo said. Breaking the rules. Ye Xiu turned his head and looked at Chen Guo. What rule did we break? This. Chen Guo didn't know what to say. There was no clause in the rules that talked about this, but Chen Guo felt like it was the big bullying the small. If Jade Dynasty knew about it, they'd probably be crying out of grievance. Those three weren't even done yet. Should we go ask Zhang Xinji and see what he thinks? Wei Chen said. Him. Ye Xiu checked the time. He gets up from bed, washes, eats breakfast, exercises on a punctual schedule. You can't take away even a second from his routine. Let alone when he replies, we can't even count on him replying. Isn't there another master tactician? Sun Jiping said. Xiao Shiken, Ye Xiu asked. I think that's the name. Sun Jiping nodded his head. Can't you pay more attention to the younger generation? You can't even remember their names. Ye Xiu looked at him disdainfully. Yeah. What does yeah mean? Stop wasting time, go ask him, Sun Jiping said. Do you not understand what the situation is? Do you know which team he's on? Ye Xiu said. Which team? Excellent era, Ye Xiu said. Oh, do you not read news about transfers? Ye Xiu said. Never, Sun Jiping said. Ye Xiu actually already knew that. The person in front of him never cared about that stuff. For him, who cares if there are any changes in a team? Just chop them to pieces. What's the difference? Asking him probably wouldn't be too convenient, Ye Xiu said. Yeah, Wei Chen nodded his head. Who knows, he might just intentionally try to confuse us with his analysis. Wei Chen thought about Xiao Shiken from a shameless perspective. Right. Sun Jiping nodded his head. That's possible. People who play with tactics have dirty hearts. Yes, all of them are shameless. Wei Chen immediately expressed his approval. Sun Jiping's evaluation of tacticians clearly included Ye Xiu. After all, he was one of the 4 master tacticians. Ha, Ye Xiu laughed dryly. You're not even ashamed. Wei Chen shook his head and sighed. And you even think of it as something glorious. Sun Jiping also sighed. He looked at Ye Xiu like he couldn't be saved. Ha, Ye Xiu laughed again. Says the 2 who were beaten by me. It looks like Team Jade Dynasty won't be easy to deal with. As expected, Wei Chen switched subjects. The switch was stiff, showing his shamelessness. Yeah, from our analysis, Team Jade Dynasty might not be hiding anything in terms of their playstyle. What they've hidden is the strength of their characters. Ye Xiu obviously wasn't going to waste time arguing. He followed along and started talking business. The strength of their characters can't be considered weak. Wei Chen looked through the information he had. It was all the detailed information that could be found on the current Team Jade Dynasty. Chang Xian had organized it and handed it over to them. There were already plenty of level 75 players after 5 months. Level 75 orange equipment naturally weren't as rare as before. For a former pro team like Team Jade Dynasty, even if they couldn't get it themselves, they could still use money to buy it. Orange equipment had a drop rate, after all. Their value couldn't be compared to silver equipment. If a team set their sights on going pro, if they didn't even have the heart to spend some money on orange equipment, then it was best if they disbanded. Team Jade Dynasty hadn't given up after so many years. They could still invest some money into equipping everyone with level 75 orange equipment. If these characters were still hiding strength, then only silver equipment could improve them. Does Team Jade Dynasty have such a backing? Wei Chen wondered. I don't know. Ye Xiu was also at a loss. If they weren't in the Challenger League, those in the competitive scene would have probably forgotten them already. Maybe. They got some sort of sponsor, so they have money to spend now. Chen Guo interrupted at this moment. Her opinion was very reasonable. This came from her personal experience. Team Happy's outstanding performance in the offline tournament had already attracted several organizations who wanted to discuss a partnership with Team Happy. Of course, no one had signed anything yet because all of the organizations still needed to wait and see. Just their current performance wasn't enough for them to want a long-term partnership. But if Team Happy actually beat Team Excellent Era, their talks for a partnership would intensify. The current Team Jade Dynasty seemed to be hiding their strength. Chen Guo suddenly thought, could this team have gotten this type of support? Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, handling a butcher's knife with ease or done skillfully, and easily the King's Avatar Chapter 983 sponsorship. Ye Xiu shook his head. A sponsorship was a business move. The sponsor needed to benefit from the sponsorship, so organizations usually looked for strong teams, teams with lots to talk about, or teams that would receive a lot of attention. The Challenger League viewership was very small. Few sponsors would gain any benefit from sponsoring Challenger League teams. Happy receiving sponsorship talks was an exception. Even though Happy wasn't a strong team in many people's eyes, Happy also never lacked topics to talk about. Happy was receiving more and more attention too. Even so, no one had reached out for sponsorship yet. It was clearly because they felt like Happy still hadn't reached the level they wanted. The business didn't want a short-lived night-blooming cactus, but a long-lasting partner. In the Challenger League, there was only way to achieve this, getting the final victory. This time's Challenger League had Excellent Era. If Happy actually won, the attention that Happy received wouldn't be on the same level as the past Challenger League winners. The current interest towards Happy had much to do with Excellent Era. It was the existence of Excellent Era that gave them such value in this year's Challenger League. Jade Dynasty's performance in the Challenger League had been very mediocre too. Even though they had Excellent Era as a touchstone, they should be in the same boat as Happy. They had to at least beat Excellent Era first before getting any sponsorship offers. Chen Guo's deduction wasn't logical, but from this perspective, Ye Xiu thought of another possibility. Jade Dynasty had switched owners. Teams and clubs were similar to companies. They could be bought and sold too. If Jade Dynasty had been purchased and the buyer had a lot of money, having a strong backing all of a sudden was an extremely likely possibility. Why bother thinking about it so much? Sun Jiping said. Even if we can't see through them, we just have to prepare for them well. When the time comes, we just have to beat them. There's no other way. Ye Xiu nodded his head. Since they couldn't get a read on Team Jade Dynasty's true strength, they had no way of preparing for them in a targeted manner. If they rashly came up with strategies, it was very possible that it would come back to bite them. As a result, this week's practice was just to work hard and improve without any big changes. Jade Dynasty's players continued to go to the internet cafe in the hotel to practice. When they saw Happy, they would smile and greet them. Everything seemed warm and friendly. At this moment, only these two teams were going in and out of the internet cafe. The other team was up against Excellent Era next and had already given up. They might as well take the week off and have fun, so they had gone off to Tour City B. They hadn't come to the internet cafe a single time this week. In the blink of an eye, it was match day. The esports home published bi-weekly. The Monday issue was after match day, so it introduced the contents of the match and commented on the predicted results. The Friday issue was before the next match day, so it was mostly trivial news as well as predictions and preparations done by the teams. The Challenger League may be a small steamed bun, but it had juicy meat. There was no lack of things that needed to be written. 8 p.m. Offline tournament stadium. The number of matches every week became fewer and fewer, but the number of viewers only increased. After Team Happy entered the stadium through the player passageway, they headed over to their seats. Suddenly, they heard a crash. A distance away in the audience behind their player seats was a huge banner, Team Happy, certain victory. Then they saw a bunch of people sitting there and cheering loudly. Huh! Chen Guo was surprised. Even though there had been a few Team Happy fans before, she had never seen this kind of support. Ye Xiu's personal fan club had once gathered together and cheered them on, but who would have thought Team Happy would finally have a fan club too? Chen Guo felt delighted in her heart. But in the next moment she heard a crash from nearby. Another banner had dropped saying, Team Jade Dynasty, certain victory. It didn't matter whose banner was bigger. The typeface for Team Jade Dynasty was superior to Team Happy's. The fan club over there looked at Team Happy's fan club in delight. They started cheering loudly too. All of a sudden, Team Happy's fan club had been drowned out. But Happy's fan club weren't afraid of this kind of challenge. They started shouting loudly too. There were even a few curses mixed in. Soon enough, just cursing out loud wasn't enough. They started throwing whatever they had in their hands like water bottles at Jade Dynasty's side. This time, Jade Dynasty's fan club looked as if they couldn't hold on. They didn't counterattack with weapons of their own. Even when Happy's fan club had been cursing at them, not many of them cursed back. Right when Happy's fan club were immensely proud of their victory, the stadium's security guards rushed over and surrounded them. Chen Guo was very worried for them. She hastily ran over to talk to the security guards. Then she saw the security guards give a harsh warning and picked out the guy who arranged the long-range attacks, preparing to escort him out of the stadium. This time, Happy's fan club refused to cooperate. After another loud commotion, the security guards said something again and the commotion gradually died down. The lead instigator left, but he wasn't escorted out. He was simply placed in another seat. The turnout for the semifinals wasn't bad, but the Challenger League's popularity was limited, so the majority of the stadium was still empty. This lead instigator was thrown into a lonely and desolate section filled with empty seats. As for Jade Dynasty's fan club, they had victorious smirks on their faces as if they knew this would happen. Chen Guo saw this and was extremely unhappy, but Ye Xiu knew with just a single glance that Jade Dynasty's fan club was experienced and organized. They had experience watching these sorts of matches and knew their limits. On the other hand, Happy's fan club were much more wild. Creating such a commotion would obviously force the security guards to come out and stop them. Team Jade Dynasty arrived too. They saw how the previous scene unfolded and couldn't help but look towards Team Happy and chuckle. The player seats for the two competing sides were located near each other. This time, the fan clubs on both sides had gathered behind them. They hadn't even started fighting yet, and a dispute had already arisen. Happy and Jade Dynasty was just an ordinary match with nothing to celebrate about. It was easy to imagine just how intense the struggle would be between two teams with a deep rivalry. The players sat down in their seats. Someone from Jade Dynasty said something to the fan club behind them as if to appease them. Chen Guo noticed this. She couldn't fall behind. She also stood up and turned around. Then she saw the faces of the fan club filled with expectations and suddenly didn't know what to say. A person suddenly jumped out from among the crowd, waved his hands wildly at her and shouted, "Boss, boss, it's me, it's me." Before anything else happened, security guards immediately rushed over. That person immediately shrunk back, but he was still pointing fiercely at himself. "It's me. 7 fields, 7 fields." Ah, Chen Guo was dumbfounded. For a moment she couldn't remember who that was. The others already learned from 7 fields and started introducing themselves. "Guild leader, it's me, Cruel Shadows." "It's me, flying ghost. Little lobster, banner wastrel, frozen mast. It's you guys," Chen Guo blurted out. She had seen these names many times before, but they were a bit unfamiliar to her. All of them were members of the 10th Servers Guild Happy. They were the first few to join the guild and helped build the guild up from scratch. A few of those guild members had reached the heavenly domain. A few continued to stay in Happy. Others started their journey anew after arriving in the heavenly domain, but there were also a few who stayed in the normal server and continued to play there. For example, the ones who had come from Full Moon Guild like Seven Fields and Sleeping Moon's group. They had originally been veterans from the heavenly domain, but had come to the new server after the 10th server opened. For normal servers, the end goal was to reach the heavenly domain. Thus, it could be said that, in glory, those who switched to the new server to restart their journey were dedicated to staying in the new server. They wouldn't go to the heavenly domain. Otherwise, it was all meaningless for them. Seven Fields and the others hadn't been from a club guild. They didn't come to the normal server to build and grow a certain guild. The reason that they came to the normal server was because they didn't want to play in the heavenly domain anymore and only wanted to enjoy the normal servers. As veterans, their skill level was higher than all of the noobs in the new server, so they became Happy's backbone. The backbones of the guild always carried a certain amount of influence. The four had long since abandoned the heavenly domain, so they obviously didn't have any favorable impressions of the heavenly domain. Due to their influence, quite a few members of the 10th Servers Guild Happy stayed in the normal server instead of leaving for the heavenly domain. And now, they had come over to the stadium to support their team. Chen Guo didn't know where these guys were from, but all of them had gathered behind Team Happy, becoming a solid support group for them. "You guys." Chen Guo started to get emotional. She was someone who could easily make friends with others, but she didn't know what to say towards these familiar faces. Ye Xiu quietly stood by her side. The players immediately became excited. "Ah, God, Yi, look!" Ye Xiu had left the normal server too early, so a lot of them weren't very familiar with him. Seven Fields knew him, though. They had met quite early on, even before Steamed Bun. "Where's Little Moon Moon and the others?" Ye Xiu asked Seven Fields with a smile. "Haha, sunset clouds and drifting water live too far away. It wasn't convenient for them to come visit. Isn't Little Moon Moon sitting over there?" Seven Fields pointed. The lead instigator, who had taken the lead in throwing a water bottle at the opposing fan club and had been put under house arrest in an empty area, was Sleeping Moon. "Ha ha ha ha, it's actually you guys." A person suddenly got up from Chen Guo's side. Steamed Bun had stood up on his seat and waved excitedly towards Happy's fan club. Oh, it's Steamed Bun, that fool!" Everyone roared. Ye Xiu was a god. When they faced him, they always felt pressured and didn't know what to say. However, when they faced Steamed Bun, they immediately became close. Steamed Bun had come from Guild Happy, so they knew all him very well. "Ha ha ha ha, watch me FCK these guys up." Steamed Bun pointed towards Team Jade Dynasty. 1v5, do you dare? Happy's fan club shouted the King's Avatar Chapter 980. The fan clubs for both teams had come, so the teams had to interact with them, of course. For Jade Dynasty, the team and fan interactions were peaceful and harmonious. The team thanked their fans for their support, and the fans didn't stop shouting encouragements toward the team. For Happy, their team and fan interactions were rambunctious and like a riot. Nothing needed to be said about Steamed Bun and his pals, but they weren't unfamiliar with Tang Ru either. It was just that Tang Ru was extremely headstrong and fierce in game, so while she might have had a lady's voice, many people suspected. Now that they saw the player behind the character, they found that not only was she really a girl, but she was also immensely beautiful. Everyone was rather embarrassed to speak for a moment. Apart from those two, there was also Luo Jai, who had been a part of Guild Happy for a long time, becoming close with the other guild members and even provided them with many walkthroughs and the such. In the eyes of rookies and noobs, Luo Jai was also an expert among experts. Now, seeing that he was even part of the team, who wouldn't nod and say, an expert as expected. Kaio Yifen's 1-inch ash was usually being power leveled by a different person, so he hadn't had much interaction with Guild Happy's members. However, since his name was a part of the guild, he was one of them, so there would naturally be this sort of closeness. Over on Happy's side, there was a rowdy atmosphere, often catching the attention of the security guards. So Happy's players didn't dare to make any sudden movements. There was a gap between the audience seating and the players' seating, and this was for the safety of the players. According to the rules, the audience couldn't enter the surrounding areas. However, sometimes fans would want autographs, and after getting the permission of the players, the guards would let it slip occasionally. However, one of Happy's fans had already been dragged out today for overstepping their bounds, so they became the target of the security guards' watchful stare. Because of this, they obviously couldn't be as casual as they wanted to be. They were all chatting happily, but they could only yell across the gap at each other. Jade Dynasty's polite interactions were done in a few moments. That was when they saw Happy's rowdy and laughter-filled area, which didn't seem to be ending. They felt conflicted. They kind of envied Happy's closeness with their fans, but at the same time they were disdainful of their grassroots demeanor. However, their thoughts then changed. Even if they didn't consider anything else, with just God Ye Xiu's identity alone, Happy was far above their entire team. What sort of right did they have to be disdainful of the other's grassroots demeanor? Jade Dynasty's players all felt a little down, dully sitting there and waiting for the match to start. Their fan club had also gone quiet, sitting there and watching Happy's side. Talking about envious, it was the fans who were truly envious. The pro teams of today sat high above everyone, and their players were all celebrities, becoming more and more distant from their supporters. This sort of close and familiar interaction was something they could only dream of. Seeing the cheers coming from Happy's side and comparing it to their own rather cool airs, one person sitting in Jade Dynasty's player stands turned and smiled at another, saying a few words to him. After that person nodded, the two stood up together and walked towards Team Happy with a smile. Ye Xiu had long since noticed these two. These two had never appeared in Jade Dynasty's lineup before, and today was the first time they had shown their faces. However, they couldn't be players either. The offline matches didn't allow the changing of your lineup mid-tournament. In addition, the person on the right seemed older, probably around 30 years old, while the one on the left was relatively younger, about 25 or 26 years old. Seeing the two approach, Ye Xiu stepped forward to meet them. After the others noticed, they all stopped their conversations and turned to place their gaze on the two. "Hello, God Yi." The two initiated greeting upon coming forth. "You are Zhang Jian." The relatively older one on the right introduced himself. Ye Xiu paused for a moment after hearing this before giving Zhang Jian a closer look. Soon he remembered. "It's you. It's been quite a while, I didn't even recognize you." For insignificant people like us, it's already enough of an honor if God Ye has heard of our names before, Zhang Jian said with a smile. "What are you saying?" Ye Xiu smiled as well. Zhang Jian was also a first-generation pro player and was Jade Dynasty's captain back then. For the first 2 years, he led Team Jade Dynasty from the very bottom of the alliance. Compared to the captain that had led his team to gain 2 consecutive championships in both years, he was as opposite as could be from Ye Xiu and the alliance. From this point of view, saying he was an insignificant person wasn't being modest for Zhang Jian. However, considering his individual strength, Zhang Jian wasn't as insignificant as his team, who always placed last. Yet in the Pro League, strength didn't always mean a good record, and a good record was what truly proved your strength to people. With Jade Dynasty coming in last place for 2 years in a row, a record that couldn't be worse, he, as the captain and ace, took the blame for it. In the second season, the Alliance began to relegate teams, and Team Jade Dynasty, at the bottom of the ranks, was relegated. However, Zhang Jian received some invitations from other teams. Just when everyone thought he was going to take the chance to escape the sinking ship, he stayed and pulled Team Jade Dynasty back into the Alliance against all of the pressure and friction against them. After that, he retired. Then after that, there was no more news from this player. Back then, glory wasn't so grand as it was now, and pro players wouldn't make enough money. Retired pros lived normal and simple lives. As for a player like him, from a shitty team, there would be little effort made to seek out his circumstances and whereabouts. Ye Xiu had never thought that, after all these years, he would meet this person again in the glory circle. And he was even standing with Team Jade Dynasty, which he had once fought alongside with. Could it be that he had gotten rich over these years and bought the team? As Ye Xiu was wondering to himself, Zhang Jian introduced the young man beside him to Ye Xiu. "This is the boss of Team Jade Dynasty, Xiao Jai." Oh, Ye Xiu was guessing if Zhang Jian was the boss, yet in the next moment the boss had been introduced to him. Speaking of which, Ye Xiu really had no clue who Jade Dynasty's boss was. The information Chang Xian had given them didn't say much either. However, this man, who was only around 25 or 26, obviously couldn't have always been Jade Dynasty's boss. How old would he have been back then? Probably only 16 or 17. Yet after this introduction, and Wenyi made a surprising move by coming forwards to ask, "Xiao Jai, is it that Xiao Jai?" That was when the young boss nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'm that Xiao Jai." "Who is this?" Ye Xiu and the others all looked to Wenyi. "He's a best-selling author," Wenyi explained. "Author?" Ye Xiu scratched his head. This identity seemed very distant and alien to him. Wei Chen was even more exaggerated and took several big steps over in a rush upon hearing what they were saying. "Author? Where is he? Let me see. I haven't seen a live specimen before." As for Chen Gu, she was quite curious as well, but she wasn't as exaggerated as Wei Chen. This was because she saw a thick air of ignorance for everything non-glory related coming from Wei Chen. "Greetings, author. It's an honor, an honor." Wei Chen came up and grabbed the man's hand, shaking it with vigor. "Big boss Wei, I watched a lot of your matches as a kid," Xiao Jai said with a smile. Oh, really? Do you want my autograph then? Ha 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 ha, Wei Chen said without any embarrassment whatsoever. Xiao Jai smiled without saying anything in response. It was clear that he wasn't Wei Chen's fan. However, his words had already revealed some information. He was someone who had remained a fan of glory for a long time. "It seems like Boss Xiao is a fan of Jade Dynasty," Ye Xiu said. "Yes, I've always been one," Xiao Jai replied. "You must not have had it easy then," Ye Xiu commented. On that side, Zhang Jian rolled his eyes. These words were a little mocking, and yet it was the truth. Jade Dynasty wasn't anything impressive, yet they could still gain a fan that was so loyal to them throughout all these years. This was indeed not easy. Heh, that's true. Even Xiao Jai himself agreed. Jade Dynasty's battle records have never been that good. It makes people rather worried. However, in the past, I could only be anxious about it and do nothing else. Now things are better. I have the power to help the team I support, and I'm quite relieved with that. Jade Dynasty should be rather relieved too, having a fan like yourself," Ye Xiu said. "Ha ha," Xiao Jai laughed a little. He had wanted to say more, but saw the referee walking over. Seeing both sides look over, the referee waved his hand. "Go and prepare. The match is about to begin. Then let's talk after the match, yeah," Ye Xiu suggested. "We could also talk as the match goes on. I want to listen to what a god thinks and sees about the match," Xiao Jai said. "No problem. We're sitting pretty near each other after all, Ye Xiu agreed. Then please, please. They might have said please, but they didn't sit together immediately but returned to the player stands to prepare for their upcoming match. As for words like, I wish you the best, they wouldn't say it. They were opponents after all. Wishing the other the best would be equal to wishing for your own failure. This sort of cliché words couldn't be more empty if said here. Happy returned to their players' stands, but their hearts were in turmoil. They could tell what the situation was between Xiao and Team Jade Dynasty through these few words. Xiao was a fan of Jade Dynasty from long ago and continued to support this team throughout the years. It was unfortunate that this team never lived up to his expectations. Yet this young man grew day by day and became a best-selling author, a successful person, so he bought the team that he supported. Such support from a fan was probably the first of its kind in Glory history. The only people who could be put on the same level were the people who played Glory and ended up making their own club and pro team to enter the alliance like Heavenly Sword's 5 young masters. This explained Jade Dynasty's miraculous history. However, this would be no help to the victory of the match. It was better to not get distracted by such trivial things. Seeing that the match was about to start, Seven Field stopped the others from bothering the members of Happy any longer and took command, telling the people who were meant to hold banners, the people who were meant to be cheering to cheer, immediately beginning their support parade. Jade Dynasty's fans obviously refused to be beaten, immediately doing their own thing in order to compete with Happy's fan club. On Team Jade Dynasty's side, Xiao sat in the seat closest to Happy, as expected. After glancing over with a smile, their team's first member stood to go up the King's Avatar Chapter 985 with this new tournament format. How should the teams choose their pick order? The teams worried, and the players were also concerned as well. Everyone was vigorously researching and discussing such topics. Using the previous group arena strategy of placing the ace players at the end to hold the bottom line was too conservative and quite undesirable with the new rules. However, directly placing these ace players at the front of the lineup also seemed excessive. In the competitive scene, 1v3 sweeps happened too rarely. The remarkable displays often seen in the group arena matches usually consisted of a two-player up and down. This so-called two-player up and down was a situation in which one player, after defeating their first opponent, also took their second opponent to half health. Or possibly, after defeating their second opponent, they had little health left while facing the third and fell quickly. Even this was already considered a rarely seen success in the group arena. Thus, even if an ace player appeared first, they wouldn't necessarily bring their team a huge advantage. The good steel still had to be used on the blade of the knife. While previously, the ace players had fought towards the end to guard the mountain pass, now they had to do their best to gain an advantage when there was an opportunity, in order to achieve victory. In this way, appearing on stage at the most optimal time was key. For example, if an opponent only had half a person remaining, sending out the ace player at that time would maximize the chances of victory. After going through a lot of analysis, the current consensus was that, in this 5-person group arena, ace players should be placed in either the 3rd or 4th position. Except, even in this way, the group arena scoring was far more complicated than the team competition. The future development of the group arena should be stable. Teams should focus on not losing too many points in the group arena and using the team competition as a tiebreaker. At present, the forecast predicted that the future competitions would head in this direction. Except today, when Jade Dynasty went on stage, their first player was actually their captain, the Blade Master Lin Yi. Looking at the previous matches, wasn't Lin Yi Jade Dynasty's most outstanding player? Now, astonishingly, he was the first to step on stage. Did he have that much confidence, or was there another reason for such an arrangement? Jade Dynasty's boss, Xiao Jai, hid his smile the entire time. He turned towards Happy, making an inviting gesture towards Happy. Ye Xiu smiled, immediately patting the people next to him. Forward. Oh, 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 oh. Immediately Happy's fan club surged because of the person that stood up. Steamed Bun 1v5. Obviously the fans didn't care whether or not this was realistic. Either way, this was a cheer. If it wasn't grandiose, then how could it be called a cheer? Ha ha ha. Steamed Bun laughed. With his personality, he didn't care at all about what order his opponents sent out their troops. He waved his hand, turning to his group of in-game friends and pumping his fist in the air. 1v5, Steamed Bun yelled out. From the bystanders' point of view, this really was an arrogant and shameless guy. Jade Dynasty's fans had long started booing. After this was said, Happy's fans really felt too embarrassed to earnestly respond. Them shouting was just shouting. They obviously also knew that there was no way a 1v5 would happen. Using this to challenge other people, wasn't this just asking for their faces to be slapped? Both sides' players immediately went on stage, swiping their account cards to enter the game. Happy's players all looked at each other. All of their screens were stopped on the character loading image. After the characters had finished loading, the screen would display the character's equipment for the entire audience to see. Sure enough, Linya's character, Blader Master 10,000 Swords, struck a pose. Just from the character's attire, everyone could see what was different from before. As soon as the equipment viewer was opened, a line of glittery silver names jumped out. From head to toe, 10,000 Swords had 7 pieces of silver equipment, although this was one less piece than Windward Formation. In reality, Happy's silver equipment wasn't evenly distributed. Wei Chen's Windward Formation had 8 pieces, but the rest of Happy had far less than that. Furthermore, Ye Xiu's Lord Grim only had a single silver weapon, Myriad Manifestations Umbrella. When it came to silver equipment, Ye Xiu mainly prioritized his teammates. Yet, most pro teams wouldn't be this ridiculous and heavily favor one character over another. Although the core characters would definitely consume more resources, they wouldn't go so far as to give one character 8 pieces of silver equipment while leaving another with only 1. Adding onto Jade Dynasty's shaky foundation, Linya's 10,000 Swords equipment level likely represented the average of the team. An average of 7 pieces of silver equipment. This armor surpassed the Alliance's average level. Sure enough, Jade Dynasty possessed a lot of hidden strength. However, of 10,000 swords, 7 pieces of silver equipment, not a single piece was level 75. After all, level 75 materials were very limited. Right now, in the Alliance, level 70 equipment were widespread. All of this was accumulated over the years while the level cap had remained at 70. If any team really wanted to upgrade their equipment over the course of a year, they would have to monopolize the Heavenly Domain's uncommon materials. Trying to do this would make any team go insane. Jade Dynasty's circumstances were well understood. Thus, Happy's players maintained calm expressions. Jade Dynasty being able to acquire this many pieces of silver equipment so quickly probably wasn't due to financial resources alone. After all, Xiao Jai was only a young writer. No matter how well his books sold, there was no way he could compete financially with people like Luo Guaning. Moreover, Luo Guaning had a 5-man crew. Even with that, they had only managed to obtain a total of 20 pieces of silver equipment when they had entered the Alliance. Although Jade Dynasty was in dire straits, when all was said and done, they had started off as a member of the Pro Circle. After so many years, they still hadn't given up. No matter what, they still had to have accumulated resources. Xiao Jai's investment this time had probably come at an optimal time, exploding forth all of Jade Dynasty's accumulated resources. Additionally, that guy Zhang Jian perhaps was also a crucial figure in breaking out Jade Dynasty's potential. Back in that era, he was a pro-level player. If he still hadn't given up after all these years, then his achievements in glory wouldn't be a small matter either. As Ye Xiu waited for the people to realize Jade Dynasty's circumstances, on stage the first round of the group arena had finally begun. After the countdown finished, both sides' characters entered the map, and the competition officially began. Jade Dynasty's boss, Xiao Jai, had indeed done as he promised. As soon as the competition began, he gathered together with Ye Xiu to chat. "I think your team's current player is really interesting," Xiao Jai said, his voice giving off a kind of pompous tone of seniority, but to tell the truth, Ye Xiu wasn't really at an age where he could be looked down upon. 25-26, there was basically no difference in age between the two. "Your team's player also seems quite steady," Ye Xiu replied. "A team captain needs to be like this," Xiao Jai sighed. "It looks as if he still isn't the ace player of Jade Dynasty," Ye Xiu said. Xiao Jai smiled, immediately asking, "From God Ye's perspective, which of our Jade Dynasty's players do you think is our ace?" Ye Xiu also smiled, turning to look towards one of the players on Jade Dynasty. "Your ace player would find it difficult to guide your troops into battle as the core. He's instead acting as your final line of defense. God Yi indeed has a good eye." Xiao Jai gave a thumbs up out of praise, also turning to look at this player within Team Jade Dynasty, the cleric Lu Shilin. "However, God Yi's statement that a cleric isn't able to guide troops as the core, I think that's a bit old-fashioned," Xiao Jai said. Actually what I wanted to say was leading, not guiding." "I used the wrong word. Sorry about that. I'm sure you know that I'm no writer," Ye Xiu said. Xiao Jai stared blankly, suddenly not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Leading, guiding, these two phrases only differed by 3 letters. The meanings were indeed a bit different. He had thought about picking a fight with Ye Xiu to prove he was superior. He didn't expect the other party to immediately use a wording error to cover this up, conveniently mocking his own identity as a writer at the same time. "It seems that God Yi also has a card up his sleeve when it comes to responding to this threat." Xiao Jai composed himself and continued to ask. "In reality, as long as he's not the core player leading the team, there's really no need to specially respond," Ye Xiu replied. "Really?" Xiao Jai smiled again, not saying any more. He went back to his seat to continue watching the competition. This guy really liked to smile, the dim, faint kind. At first, looking at these smiles easily created good feelings in people, thinking that there was a good reason for his modesty. However, after these kinds of smiles came time and again, they no longer conveyed that same meaning. Instead, there was pride and conceit. He used this kind, superiority-filled expression to express his disapproval of the other party. From Chen Guo's perspective, it would be better if he directly said, "You truly are an idiot," to his heart's content. "This guy's smile is truly annoying," Chen Guo said to Ye Xiu. "He's annoying even when he doesn't smile, making this team to cause trouble for us. It's truly troublesome," Ye Xiu said. Off stage, the exchange stopped at this point. On stage, Steamed Bun Invasion and Lin Yi's 10,000 swords had already exchanged blows for quite a while. Neither side had specific tactics for this round, directly heading for the middle of the map. As soon as they met, they began to fight. Mechanics, awareness, judgment, a battle without much scheming. With more experience, more solid tech skill, and better equipment, Lin Yi very quickly gained the upper hand. He didn't have the strength to completely suppress Steamed Bun, but his steady and unaffected state of mind nevertheless partially restrained Steamed Bun's derailment. Although from time to Steamed Bun would jump out with an ingenious move, it didn't have any psychological impact on Lin Yi. Though this kind of randomness couldn't possibly follow any rules, Lin Yi actually managed to use his steady mind to remain completely unaffected. Ye Xiu glanced over at Jade Dynasty. Coincidentally, at that same moment Xiao Jai also happened to look over towards him with that same smile again. His superiority seemed to say, "Look, I know." The opponent's first player had been chosen as a tactical move with purpose. It seemed as if they had guessed Happy's intent. Although no one knew how skilled Xiao Jai was at glory, as a fan of Jade Dynasty from the early days until now, he was clearly a glory fanatic. It appeared that when it came to glory, this guy also had some skill. Seven Fields and the others had been wildly cheering for Steamed Bun in the beginning. At this point, they were feeling a bit depressed because they could all see that the present circumstances were quite unfavorable towards him. If even the audience members could tell, then the circumstances were quite obvious. The commentators nearly announced the results. "Haha, it looks like the outcome of this match is already clear," Xiao Jai moved closer to say. "Everyone can already see the obvious, but there's still one more person who isn't so sure," Ye Xiu said. "Who?" Xiao Jai didn't understand. It was so obvious. Who couldn't tell? "Look." Ye Xiu held out his hand, pointing towards the screen. Our Steamed Bun is still fighting energetically. The King's Avatar chapter 986 on screen. Steamed Bun invasion looked like he had just gone on stage. He was filled with energy as he continued to clash with Lin Yi's 10,000 swords. From time to time, he would make a weird move that would be calmly received by Lin Yi. However, that was all. The situation stayed the same as before. Lin Yi firmly grasped the pace of the match. If not, how could even the normal audience members already be certain of who the winner of this fight would be? Xiao Jai saw this scene and smiled. "He's quite tenacious," he said. "Tenacious? You're mistaken, that's not tenacity. He hasn't even started considering giving up or persevering. He's just continuing to keep his own pace. I won't deny that Lin Yi has the fight under control at the moment, but it's still too early to say who will win and who will lose." "Ha ha," Xiao Jai laughed. He found it beneath him to argue. In his eyes, Ye Xiu was just believing in his own lies. "Just look at the situation. You're saying it's still too early." Xiao Jai's gaze turned back to the stage. Steamed Bun invasion had once again done an incomprehensible move. When his powerful knee strike smashed towards 10,000 swords, Lin Yi had his 10,000 swords calmly step to the side and prepare to counter-attack. Who would have thought that Steamed Bun invasion, who had whistled past him, would suddenly turn his head and shout at 10,000 swords? Brawler skill, threaten. Threaten didn't deal direct damage. It was classified as a spirit attack, and it reduced the target's attack power. Spirit attacks could not be avoided. It could only be defended by the appropriate resistance skills, or lowered or cancelled by the spirit stat. Looking at it from the effects from this skill, Steamed Bun's abrupt threaten didn't make much sense. Maybe he planned on trading blows with his opponent. He had caught his opponent off guard and lowered the opponent's attack power. His powerful knee strike may have been dodged, but his target had been successfully threatened. However, because of the momentum from his powerful knee strike, he continued to fly past his opponent. 10,000 swords attack power might be reduced, but it wasn't like he was rooted or stunned. He continued to ready a counter-attack and chased after Steamed Bun invasion with a downwind sword slash. Steamed Bun's reaction speed was fast, but this downwind sword slash had been timed perfectly and struck him. Steamed Bun invasion was hit and slid to the side. Lin Yi's 10,000 swords immediately followed up with a triple slash, pursuing while also attacking at the same time. But who would have that thought as soon as Steamed Bun invasion steadied himself? He would ricochet towards 10,000 swords. Lin Yi was caught by surprise. He saw a sword light flash towards him. It was actually another downwind sword slash that had come from Steamed Bun invasion's brawler this time. The priority on triple slash couldn't contest downwind sword slash's priority. Not only was 10,000 swords momentum halted, he had been struck stumbling. The stadium exploded into an uproar. Those who were a little slower might even be confused about Steamed Bun Invasion's class. How did he use Downwind Sword Slash 2? Those who were faster had already recognized that this was the newly added brawler skill, Tooth for Tooth. Tooth for Tooth was an active ability. When attacked, the character would still take damage, but the character would remember which skill was used. That skill would appear on the character's skill list. The number of uses and the skill effects was determined by Tooth for Tooth's skill level. In addition, the amount of mana used for the skill would be double what it originally was. Clearly, Steamed Bun Invasion had activated Tooth for Tooth earlier. When he was hit by Downwind Sword Slash, he remembered the skill and returned it back to its owner. From this point of view, another issue came up. He had used Tooth for Tooth, but he had also used Threaten beforehand, so the damage from the opponent's skill had been reduced when it struck. Thus, Steamed Bun Invasion's Downwind Sword Slash had also been reduced. Returning the strike had been a good move, but that previous threaten still didn't make any sense. But even so, the Downwind Sword Slash had caught Lin Ye off guard. Steamed Bun took this opportunity to strike back and begin his fierce assault. Happy's fan club spirit revived at once. They shouted Steamed Bun loudly and cheered for him, but at Happy's player seats, Sun Jiping had his brows furrowed. He was thinking back to that previous scene. It just so happened that the screen did a replay of Steamed Bun's counterattack. After looking at it again, Sun Jiping moved closer to Ye Xiu. If that threat hadn't debuffed, then Downwind Sword Slash would have been faster and the knockback would be stronger. It would have sent Steamed Bun Invasion flying into the air after his powerful knee strike missed. He would have been knocked back farther away, and he would have needed to quick recover. If he had used Downwind Sword Slash like that, he might not have gotten the same results. Ye Xiu said, "So that guy, don't ask me if he did it on purpose. I have no idea either," Ye Xiu said. And this was why Steamed Bun's derailment playstyle was so terrifying. His completely unexpected move could be utter trash, but it could also be a brilliant turning point. When it was utter trash, you could laugh at it all you want, but when it became a turning point, it would be a deciding factor. And this deciding factor was impossible to defend against. Even someone as skilled as Sun Jiping needed to think about it after the event took place. When playing in a match, there was no time for so much thinking. How many people could instantly recognize the subtle involvement this move had? The expression on Xiao Jai's face turned ugly when he saw Steamed Bun's counterattack. However, Lin Yi was a steady player. He quickly got out of Steamed Bun's assault and once again regained control of the situation. Steamed Bun's counterattack looked like one final desperate struggle. Xiao Jai let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Happy's side with delight. He saw Ye Xiu turn his head and look at him too. He immediately smiled. He really knows how to surprise people. And isn't that why he's so interesting? Ye Xiu smiled. Yeah. Xiao Jai nodded his head. Suddenly, he heard a cry of surprise from the venue. Xiao Jai turned his head and saw that Lin Yi's 10,000 swords was being slapped into the ground and beaten black and blue by Steamed Bun Invasion's tyrannical chain punch. What happened? Xiao Jai was shocked. The situation had been stabilized just moments before. How did it flip all of a sudden? It just so happened that the screen showed an instant replay. Powerful knee strike. Another powerful knee strike. This time, the distance between the two sides had been very close. Lin Yi's 10,000 swords had been in the middle of a combo. He had used Headwind Strike, when Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly burst forth with a powerful knee strike. Blood flew out from Steamed Bun Invasion as he slammed into the Headwind Strike head-on. However, Steamed Bun Invasion forcefully broke through the sword prison just like that and followed up with a tyrannical chain punch. The airborne 10,000 swords crashed to the ground, following which was the current scene. Xiao Jai was astonished. For a final desperate struggle, it should be one last struggle. How could someone facing death do a final struggle again and again? If he kept on struggling, that only meant one thing. This person couldn't die. Maybe claiming victory already really had been too early. Xiaojai thought to himself, but he refused to accept it. In terms of equipment, they were stronger. In terms of players, they were more consistent. In terms of the situation on stage, they had always been winning. Just looking at their health bars, even though Steamed Bun Invasion had done 2 desperate struggles, he hadn't pulled it that much closer. He had taken Downwind Sword / full force. He had completely eaten a Headwind Strike too. The damage from Headwind Strike was quite high. In addition, Lin Yi had control of the situation for most of the battle. 10,000 swords had 50% more health than Steamed Bun Invasion. Could Steamed Bun Invasion actually make a comeback? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaojai couldn't bother with going over to Happy and letting out a smile showing his superiority. He stared closely at the screen and saw their lead, yet he couldn't help but feel nervous. Xiaojai's nervousness was deserved. Steamed Bun started to slowly make a comeback. The steady Lin Yi was already having trouble controlling the fight. Whenever Steamed Bun went off the rails, he would always deal significant damage towards 10,000 swords. Although Lin Yi was sometimes able to strike back, it wasn't as effective as Steamed Bun's attacks. Xiaojai became more and more uneasy. He was even somewhat angry. It looked like he wasn't happy with Lin Yi's performance. Unfortunately, his anger couldn't be transmitted into the fight. The health bars of the 2 characters grew closer and closer, bit by bit, all the way until both sides only had 8% health left. Happy's fan club had gone crazy. They took whatever they had that could make noise and started making as much noise as possible. Under 7 Field's lead, they cheered in unison Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun didn't let them down. On the other hand, Lin Yi's performance was disappointing compared to the start of the fight. Jade Dynasty's fan club was cheering on their team captain, but when Steamed Bun Invasion led with 5% health compared to 10,000 swords 3% health, they had trouble bearing it. He had such a huge lead and he actually lost it. But no matter if it was 5% health or 3% health, a single wave of attacks could end it for either sides. The match had reached this point. It just depended on who would grasp the final opportunity. The fans on both sides and the players on both sides were standing up, staring closely at the match screen. Steamed Bun Invasion. In the final moment, Steamed Bun Invasion once again made another strange, unconventional move, helping him grasp the final opportunity. 10,000 swords only had 3% health left. He was unable to grasp the final opportunity. Steamed Bun Invasion had won the first round of the group arena. Oh, 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 Happy's fan club cheered. The team also clapped in celebration. Jade Dynasty's side was rather quiet. However, this was a group arena, so with the other side only having 5% health remaining, from an overall perspective, it wasn't too bad. Even so, when Jade Dynasty's team captain Lin Yi came down from the stage, he was met with harsh rebuke from his boss, Xiaojai. What was that? You had such a big lead and your opponent actually turned it around. With that type of performance, what type of example are you setting for your teammates? Sorry. Lin Yi's face carried a trace of exhaustion, but he could only quietly accept the boss's Fury the King's Avatar Chapter 987. What's with that guy? Chen Guo couldn't bear Xiaojai's behavior any longer. If the match was played poorly, it was normal for post-match critique. It was just that, when pointing out mistakes, it was best to console the player first, and then calmly analyze why the match had gone the way it did. Everyone had their own way of communicating, but starting with criticism outright was no good. Although Lin Yi lost the match, he had lowered his opponent's health down to 5%. That was still an acceptable result, however. He originally had complete control over the fight, but in the end his opponent stole away the win. Such a fall was the true reason why Xiao Jai wasn't happy, which was why even though the outcome wasn't too bad, Lin Yi was still extremely indignant. Chen Guo stopped watching. After all, this was the other team's matter. It wouldn't be good to butt in. After being admonished, Lin Yi quietly sat to the side. The other players came over and patted his shoulders to console him. As for Xiao Jai, after venting his anger, his mood seemed to have taken a turn for the better. He looked very satisfied with his strict way of handling the issue. He even had a smile on his face as he turned to say to Happy, "We actually lost with such a big lead. We've really made a fool of ourselves in front of God, Ye. If it's just because of us making a comeback, you shouldn't blame him too much." Ye Xiu replied. "What do you mean?" Xiao Jai said. "If he had been picked to go first because you guys guessed that our first player would be steamed bun and specifically made preparations on dealing with him, then the person who arranged for him to go first should be the one responsible for bearing this loss." Ye Xiu said. "What are you saying?" The expression on Xiao Jai's face changed. Ye Xiu smiled. He had seen through it all. Usually the team captain was responsible for the pick order. However, from Xiao Jai's bossy rebuke, it looked like the team owner not only guided the general direction of the team, he even interfered in the team's tactical arrangements. An amateur leading experts was always a major fear. As for Xiao Jai, he couldn't be considered a complete amateur at Glory. After all, he had been a fan of Glory for so many years. Even if he hadn't eaten pork before, he had seen pigs run. Just because he didn't have pro-level technical skill, that didn't necessarily mean he didn't have pro-level tactics and theory crafting. It was similar to how, although a football coach might not be an outstanding football player, but the coach still had the qualifications to tell the team how to kick the ball. It was the same reasoning. Since he was interfering with the team's matters when something happened to the team, he should naturally have a clear idea of knowing where the problem lay. Was it because of a bad pick order or because of the player performing poorly? Lin Yi lost the match. When he came down, he was yelled at by Xiao Jai. Chen Guo didn't like his conduct, but Ye Xiu didn't even put it in his eyes. Xiao Jai couldn't distinguish between right and wrong. Ye Xiu didn't know if Xiao Jai actually had the skill to control the team in such a manner, but from what he saw in the first match, if Lin Yi had been placed specifically to deal with steamed bun, then that had not been a wise move. Sure enough, after pointing this out, the expression on Xiao Jai's face turned even uglier. It appeared that he really had been the one to make the arrangements, so when Lin Yi had control of the fight, he had been delighted, feeling that it was because of his own genius that allowed Lin Yi to suppress his opponent. But after a comeback was made, he suddenly became furious. He thought that Lin Yi failed to seize such a good opportunity. He had placed victory right before his eyes, yet Lin Yi couldn't even grab it. In his eyes, Lin Yi was utter trash. But now Ye Xiu actually said that it was problem with the pick order. "What do you mean?" Xiao Jai glared at Ye Xiu. He didn't even act as polite like before. "Judging Lin Yi to be steamed bun's bane is a mistake," Ye Xiu said. "Based on what?" Xiao Jai called into question. "Based on the results of that round." Ye Xiu smiled. "What a joke." Xiao Jai sneered. "What does the outcome of a single round prove? What's more, Lin Yi had complete control of the match in the beginning. If he hadn't been careless. Once is carelessness, twice is carelessness, but being careless continuously. Have you not considered that there might be another reason for it?" Ye Xiu said. "So you're saying that it was because of the pick order. Are you saying that he shouldn't be matched against an opponent that's too easy so he won't easily underestimate his opponent?" Xiao Jai's voice was filled with ridicule. "You should think about the specifics yourself." Ye Xiu smiled. He didn't give him a detailed explanation. "What, you don't know?" Xiao Jai sneered. Ye Xiu said helplessly, "Don't tell me you're hoping that I'll help you analyze how to beat my team. Then how about you enlighten me after we beat your team? When the time comes, it won't affect the big picture anymore, Xiao Jai said. You guys are going to need a lot of luck then, Ye Xiu said. Don't worry about it, Xiao Jai said coldly. The current him had completely torn off his initial modesty. After this loss, his pride, his arrogance, and his conceit had been entirely revealed. From this perspective, Xiao Jai wasn't a sophisticated person. His ugly side took form with just a slight pull of the trigger. On stage, the second round had already begun. A Ghostblade player from Jade Dynasty came out to battle. From a team composition perspective, Jade Dynasty had its own unique characteristics. Their team's main roster consisted of 4 swordsmen, a berserker, a blade master, a ghostblade, a spellblade, as well as a healer. This Ghostblade player was one of their main roster players. His character was called Anxious Ghost. He was a fairly standard Ghostblade player that walked the middle road, a phantom demon sword demon hybrid. Steamed Bun's Steamed Bun Invasion only had 5% of his health left. The two sides clashed. Not waiting for anything surprising to happen, Anxious Ghost made quick work of him. The previous round had been a narrow victory over Linyi, but Happy's fan club cheered as if Steamed Bun had done a 1v5. Nothing really happened this round and Steamed Bun was killed. Happy's fan club immediately began jeering at him without mercy, and they even took something as unrealistic as a 1v5 to jab at him. It wasn't them being mean. It was because they viewed Steamed Bun as their friend, a brother who had once played with him in game. It was a form of teasing between bad friends. Steamed Bun shook his head as he went down from the stage. He actually seemed a bit angry at his quick loss in the second round. I only had that much health left. They didn't even give me some steamed buns to recover. AI, AI, AI. Everyone on Happy's side laughed. They saw Steamed Bun sit down dejectedly. No one went over to console him, though, because everyone knew there was no need to. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, after hearing the fan club's teasing, Steamed Bun turned his head and started chattering away. This guy even tried to climb over the wall between the players and the crowd, but the security guard stopped him. The security guards were at a loss. They had seen fans rushing towards the player area, but they had never seen a player climb towards the fans. Was that in accordance with the rules? The security guards didn't know. They hadn't noticed in the rules whether a player was permitted to leave his seat and go to the audience. Who would think of doing such a thing? Not long after Steamed Bun went off stage, Team Happy's second player came up. It was coincidentally Team Happy's Ghostblade Kyo Yifen. Kyo Yifen's Ghostblade 1-inch Ash was a pure phantom demon though, which was a lot worse at 1v1s. He only had 2 pieces of silver equipment too, while Team Jade Dynasty's Anxious Ghost was the same as their captain's 10,000 swords. Anxious Ghost had 7 pieces of silver equipment. From just their characters, 1-inch Ash was at a fairly large disadvantage. But in terms of player skill, Kyo Yifen was much more consistent than Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. He had come from a champion team too, so he had solid fundamentals. Even if Team Tiny Herb never gave him a chance to play in a match, just from their practice quality, how could a team like Jade Dynasty, which had been relegated for so many years, compare to a champion team? Moreover, after receiving wholehearted guidance from a god like Ye Xiu, his class change was a huge success. At this point, Kyo Yifen could already clearly feel the advantages from changing classes. He was like a fish swimming in water. His intuition and awareness were like a match made in heaven with phantom demons. He had never felt such comfortableness and freedom when he had played as an assassin on Team Tiny Herb. As his skill level increased, this feeling of comfort became even stronger. Kyo Yifen simply loved this class too much. His control over the class had reached a point where his character would move however he wished it to. For Kyo Yifen, it greatly made up for his confidence, which he had always been lacking. He no longer doubted himself. He firmly believed that he would become an outstanding pro player. The fight began. Team Jade Dynasty's anxious ghost raised his sword and charged over. In the previous fight, he made quick work of the nearly dead steamed bun invasion. Victory had been easy. It wasn't enough. The current him was in high spirits. His thirst for battle was also extremely fierce. He hated how he couldn't immediately start clashing with his opponent and fight a real battle. Kyo Yifan did not directly rush towards Anxious Ghost and instead took a different path. He began circling around from the side. This battle would begin with an ambush from one side. It had to be said that Kyo Yifan's difficult practice for half a year as an assassin had helped him grasp the techniques of an assassin. For example, a sneak attack was something that assassins needed to be proficient at. Kyo Yifan wasn't great, but he had tried his best the entire time. His grasp of it might not be very high level, but it was at least very solid. He wouldn't lose it just because he had changed classes. The Phantom Demon 1-inch Ash's sneak attack route was extremely precise. He circled around diagonally. When he showed his head, he was already behind Anxious Ghost. "Idiot! Behind you!" Seeing this scene, Xiao Jai suddenly cursed anxiously. Kyo Yifan wasn't in a hurry to attack. He hid himself behind Anxious Ghost. Observing his movements, the King's Avatar Chapter 988, those who had been following Happy's matches all felt that this moment was very familiar. In the match against Mysterious Fantasy, Happy's Mo Fan and his deception had followed their opponent in the same patient, careful manner, waiting for the perfect chance to strike suddenly. After gaining the upper hand, he didn't linger but quickly retreated, before repeating this process over and over until his opponent was dead. Seeing Kyo Yifan's 1-inch Ash also quietly sneaking behind his opponent, everyone couldn't help but remember the match that day. Though it was a different player, they were from the same team, so they might use similar playstyles. If that were true, then that would make things very boring, no? Boos rose from the crowd. It was evident that Mo Fan's playstyle wasn't liked. If you managed to burst your opponent in a sneak attack, that would be pretty great to watch. But Mo Fan's repetitive playstyle, always doing a hasty retreat just as the match was coming to a crescendo, might have been familiar and comfortable to him. But the audience was always denied that last breath of relief because of his rhythm, and held it in uncomfortably. With this experience in their minds, and seeing Kyo Yifan seemingly about to do the same thing, the crowd loudly expressed their displeasure. Amidst the boos, Xiao Jai glanced over at Happy. Now, he wasn't nervous anymore. This sort of stalling playstyle was rather annoying. However, this was a group arena and not an individual competition, so every player had the chance to fight multiple players. And this sort of stalling playstyle, while not very fun to watch, tested a player's skill and required them to expend a lot of concentration. In the group arena, players couldn't only focus on defeating their current opponent if they wanted their team to win. They also had to conserve as much energy as possible while defeating their current opponent, so as to do as much damage as possible to the next opponent. Therefore, this sort of playstyle that required a player to expend a lot of mental energy wasn't very appropriate for the group arena. As if hearing the crowd's boos, the Jade Dynasty player on stage suddenly went on high alert. After rushing through a good portion of the map and not seeing the opponent, you would usually realize the other planned to ambush you. This was a very common tactic, but for Happy, they needed to be more careful. This was because they had Deception's endless stalking and Windward Formation's shameless and dirty hiding and sneaking. Both were rather disgusting to deal with. But with Mysterious Fantasy testing out the waters for them, Jade Dynasty's players were prepared for this. Upon realizing that the opponent had such intentions, they didn't panic. instead heading resolutely towards Team Happy's spawn point. This was thanks to the experience they got from the match Happy had with Mysterious Fantasy. This was to prevent the other from finding some random place to huddle up and making them waste their energy and time for nothing. Seeing his team's player reacting so quickly and accurately, Xiao nodded in satisfaction. They had done careful planning on going up against Happy, and this sort of situation was the kind they put the most thought into. The decision the Ghostblade player had made was in accordance with Xiao's thoughts, making him feel secure. Even though 1-inch Ash wasn't huddled away at the spawn point, there would be no problem, so long as they followed the current strategy. Just as Xiao was thinking this, a blade flashed on the field and Kaio Yifen's 1-inch Ash attacked. Although Jade Dynasty's player had prepared to head off to the spawn point to check, that didn't mean he had let his guard down. Kaio Yifen's sneak attack wasn't very well timed and Anxious Ghost rolled, easily dodging the strike. While he got up, he sent a Moonlight Slash back. 1-inch Ash jumped backwards to dodge, and the flash of energy swept past the tip of his nose. Anxious Ghost followed up with a full Moonlight Slash. Moonlight Slash and full Moonlight Slash were two different skills, but since the combination of the skills was cool and practical, one would follow the other more or less 80% of the time, as if they were two parts of the same skill. 1-inch Ash had dodged the Moonlight Slash, but was struck by this full Moonlight Slash. After receiving the blowback, he rolled twice before managing to quick recover and steadied himself. Seeing Anxious Ghost approaching, blade in hand, he turned and ran. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Xiao immediately laughed aloud. This was exactly what failing to steal a chicken and losing a handful of rice was in his eyes. This ambush of Happy's was too weak. Not only did he fail to gain the upper hand, but he also fell into a disadvantageous position and was now being chased by their player. Xiao was inwardly delighted and involuntarily glanced over at Happy. Xiao hoped that Happy's members would display a bit of anxiety on their faces. Yet when he turned to look, they were all sitting calmly as if waiting for a fish to bite, especially Ye Xiu, who was even smiling. Xiao wanted to say something, but seeing how no one turned to pay him any attention, he held back. On the field, Kaio Yifen's 1-inch Ash turned and darted into a small alleyway nearby. The map they were on was an ancient town. Under the fading light of the setting sun, 1-inch Ash immediately turned upon entering the alleyway. His shadow was still stretched out and left behind him. When Anxious Ghost charged over, he immediately saw this and sped up to give chase. Tusk, the small details are what decides victory, Xiao lamented. The current match, Happy vs. Jade Dynasty, was being streamed. Currently, the different angles and shots included the streaked one. Just now, they had given a close-up of the lengthy shadow stretched out behind 1-inch Ash, and the commentator was analyzing the mistake made by Kaio Yifen. "You should have your back to the setting sun, not your face," the commentator expressed. Yet he saw 1-inch Ash stop, huddling behind a wall and setting down a sword boundary to increase his strength and intelligence, preparing his ambush. I believe that Jade Dynasty's player couldn't possibly not be ready for this," the commentator said with confidence. Using the corner to make a sneak attack was a commonly employed tactic, so how could a pro player not be prepared for such a happening? As expected, Jade Dynasty's Anxious Ghost didn't walk along the wall when he came in pursuit, but used an extra 2 steps to send himself into a rather large pathing curve. This way, he could gain some distance and guard against an ambush. What pro player wouldn't know to do this? Even so, 1-inch Ash's tack-eye still swung up. A Moonlight Slash was sent at Anxious Ghost, character and sword flying at him. Tusk, this ambush. The commentator was about to comment on this ambush and Kaio Yifen's attack from before and how childish they were, But Anxious Ghost seemed to have become dumbstruck, lifting the takai in hand, but not seeming to know what he was doing. 1-inch Ash's Moonlight Slash struck its target. After Moonlight Slash was a full Moonlight Slash, the same combo. Expect that Kyo Yifen followed the knockback effect with a Ghost Slash. Anxious Ghost's momentum in the air immediately increased, like a cannonball flying head first into the mud. The Jade Dynasty player quick recovered, making Anxious Ghost's original head into the ground into a diving forward roll. As he rolled, he turned. A flash of energy from his sword darted out from beneath his arm, sending out a sword draw as he got up. Yet, the sword struck air since 1-inch Ash hadn't even approached him. Over there, the edge of the blade was unsheathed and the power of Phantom Ghosts flowed out and under. 2 consecutive boundaries were cast. The commentator was really busy now. Not only did he have to analyze the situation at hand, he was inwardly wondering how Anxious Ghost had been successfully sneak attacked by 1-inch Ash just now. It shouldn't have been. Such a simple ambush, even he could dodge it if he were up there, no. However, the two sides were locked in intense battle now, so there was no time to replay the previous scene. The commentator could only pay attention to the current happenings. Yet as he stared at the match and continued to speak and speak, he spoke until he was struck dumb by his own words. Happy's 1-inch Ash has lain his 4th ghost boundary, turning this small area into a ghost boundary encyclopedia. Jade Dynasty's Anxious Ghost doesn't seem to be able to do much. High walls surround his left, right, and back. The only escape route is blocked by 1-inch Ash. Take a look, everyone. 1-inch Ash hasn't thrown all his ghost boundaries in a pile together. There are layers to this arrangement. This way, if Anxious Ghost tries to charge out, he'll be stopped by one of the layers of ghost boundaries, making it hard to get a good rhythm down and making things easier for 1-inch Ash. Sword draw. Oh, Anxious Ghost still maintains a very good reaction speed. He dodged it. Huh. What's he trying to do? Anxious Ghost keeps moving forward, but that's a wall over there. Oh, he bumped into the wall. Oh, it's the Seed of Darkness, or the Dark Boundary as it's more commonly known. Sorry, there's too many interwoven ghost boundaries that even I didn't notice it. When did 1-inch Ash lay it down? Anyways, Anxious Ghost stepped into the Dark Boundary, and he couldn't see under its blinding effects, so he ended up walking into a wall. This seems rather ugly. Arc Boundary's effects have worn off. Anxious Ghost turns. Wow, he's frozen now. An Ice Boundary. 1-inch Ash has the absolute advantage here. To be honest, I want to just announce his victory now, but the happenings from before taught me a lesson, so let's finish watching the match first. The commentator continued to analyze the situation and even made a joke about himself. Last match, the commentator hadn't been able to help announcing Lin Yi would win, but ended up getting his face slapped. So in this match, he didn't dare jump to any conclusions, though Kyo Yifen had the absolute advantage. Anxious Ghost has been trapped there by 1-inch Ash, unable to escape. Happy's player has used the terrain to its fullest, perfectly utilizing the advantages of a Ghost Blade. Okay, now the scene we're giving everyone is 1-inch Ash's skill situation. We have the production director to thank for capturing this scene. Look, everyone, all of 1-inch Ash's boundaries are currently in use. All of the ghost boundaries in his skill build are currently on cooldown. Seeing the rotation of these cooldowns, doesn't everyone think this is a beautiful rhythm? I feel like if there was some music to go with it, it would be even better. Oh, 1-inch Ash has quickened his pace, sending out all his ghost boundaries. Now there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, everyone. I can't seem to make it out clearly either, but with 1-inch Ash sending out all these boundaries, does he want Ghost Feast? Amazing. 1-inch Ash has activated Ghost Feast, making all the ghost boundaries erupt, immediately taking the rest of Anxious Ghost's health with them. 1-inch Ash won. What a beautiful victory, the commentator yelled. Forgetting his composure, the king's avatar, chapter 989. Amidst the silence, someone from the crowd started clapping, which quickly spread until applause erupted around the entire stadium. Happy didn't have that many fans. There were even quite a few people who didn't like them. However, even people who had well-defined likes and dislikes appreciated brilliant performances. Everyone had seen Ye Xiu's prowess in this fight on the Jumbotron in front of them. Such a convincing performance truly deserved such wild applause. They now had a completely different view of that rash and initial sneak attack. It was without question to lure the opponent into his trap. Its purpose was to draw anxious Ghost into the necessary position. Friends, I don't think you guys have forgotten about the sneak attack from the corner. Let's take a look at it again. When the commentator reviewed the match, he impatiently had the stream cut to that moment. The clip had already been prepared. However, the fight never stopped, continuing all the way until anxious Ghost was killed. As a result, there had been no time to show the replay. It could finally be played now. Everyone watched the scene again from anxious Ghost's perspective. When anxious Ghost chased after 1-inch Ash to this little alleyway, 1-inch Ash had already disappeared. However, at the corner of the street, a shadow extended on the ground. Anxious Ghost noticed it and immediately ran towards it. Before he reached the corner, he moved in an arc, putting distance between the two before rushing forward to attack 1-inch Ash, who had been lying in wait. The twilight from the setting sun shone down, making things seem real, yet unreal at the same time. From anxious Ghost's point of view, only 1-inch Ash could be seen. The swordlight had been completely hidden by the setting sun. Anxious Ghost wasn't able to see the attack coming. Then he was thrown into a corner until his defeat. So it was like that. The commentator gasped in admiration. Happy's player cleverly positioned himself so that the sunlight directly shone on him and covered his attack. Everyone paid attention. 1-inch Ash jumped when he let loose a moonlight slash. This jump put this swordlight in a position where the sunlight would also conceal it. Everything had been planned accordingly. Happy had a clear strategy going into this battle. I'm sure everyone knows that even though the maps used in these matches are temporary, once the league started, all of the maps were available for download and use. The maps used in every match are announced beforehand so that the teams can prepare ahead of time. From the looks of it, Happy has put a lot of work in this area. What about Jade Dynasty? The player was also a Ghost Blade. Even though he's a hybrid Phantom Sword Demon, he could have taken advantage of the map too, yet he didn't notice this point. That victory was beautiful. Let's all remember this player's name. Ye Xiu. He truly should come out and accept our applause. Unfortunately, this is a group arena. He still needs to continue playing, but worry not. There's still a long road ahead of him. I believe that this player certainly has a bright future ahead of him. Speaking of which, Ye Xiu was originally from Team Tiny Herb. For some reason, he never appeared on stage with them and left after being there for a season. Seeing Ye Xiu's performance today, I wonder if Team Tiny Herb is going to regret their decision. Amid the commentators' praise and the crowd's applause, Team Jade Dynasty's defeated player came down from the stage. The praise and applause was for Ye Xiu. For him, it only made it that much harder to bear. He walked very slowly as if he didn't want to go back to the player bench. Their boss, Xiao Jai, was sitting down with a dark face. Seeing his player coming down slowly, he snorted coldly and ignored him. He called over Team Jade Dynasty's third player. Be more mindful. The opponent has a strong grasp of the maps. Be careful and don't make the same mistakes. And Xiao Jai instructed impatiently. I understand. The third player was Zheng Shengqiu, a berserker. His character severed yearning. After being given sincere advice from Xiao Jai, he headed towards the stage. The third round began. The current situation was very unfavorable towards Jade Dynasty. 1-inch Ash had consumed lots of mana, but he had only lost 20% of his health in the previous round. Happy had nearly a one-person lead over Jade Dynasty. Even with a disadvantage, Xiao Jai was sat quite upright. He didn't smile as he turned his head over and talked to Ye Xiu. The match began. Due to Caio Yifan's outstanding performance in the previous round, the commentator couldn't help but reveal a bit of bias towards him. At the start, he talked about what Caio Yifan might do since he wasn't at full health and he didn't have much mana left. After his concern for Caio Yifan, he introduced Jade Dynasty's player, Zheng Shengqiao. It was somewhat awkward for berserkers to play in group arenas because of their signature skill Blood Awakening, creating the unique health trading playstyle. Because of how trading health changed the pace of the match, it made things too difficult for berserkers. In a 1v1, they could easily make this decision, but in a group arena, if they traded away their health cleanly, how were they going to take down more than one opponent? Although berserkers became stronger the lower their health, they weren't so strong that they could just instantly kill an opponent. Directly trade away 90% of their health at the start. That wasn't how trading worked. When they traded their health, they would lower their opponent's health to around the same range. If a berserker's health was low, but the opponent's health was high, don't think that was the berserker trading away his health. 99% of the time it was just the berserker getting destroyed. Their class's feature made it challenging for them to participate in the group arena, especially when the opposing side held the lead. Xiao Jai sincerely instructed his team's berserker, but his expression was still grave and stern. He clearly knew what a predicament they were in. They knew. Caio Yifan knew even better. It could be seen that from his previous performance, Caio Yifan had made ample preparations beforehand. He had taken it very seriously and played very carefully. He had even taken note of the sunlight at the corner of the street and utilized it to his advantage. How could he not have been prepared for his current situation? Zheng Shengqiao didn't hurry and search for 1-inch ash. Caio Yifan also didn't go on the defensive to protect his lead. The two cautiously and patiently looked for opportunities. Xiao Jai couldn't help but feel somewhat fretful upon seeing this scene. He had figured that the other side would be more proactive and bold because of his lead. Certain decisions that might not be considered under normal circumstances might be made as a result. After all, he had a health lead as a backup. Thus, he had instructed Zheng Shengqiao to take advantage of the other side's mentality. But from the looks of it, the other side didn't have that sort of mentality. Xiao Jai couldn't help but feel doubtful. In the previous round, Caio Yifan had taken the initiative and lured his opponent into a trap, but in this round he had actually become more careful. Let alone boldly attempting it when there was a 30% chance, the current Caio Yifan turned a blind eye to even a 50–60% chance. He was looking for an even more certain opportunity. Xiao Jai's prediction was completely wrong. He couldn't help but feel unhappy. On stage, Zheng Shengqiao had long since noticed this point. After some more careful probing, he decided to abandon Xiao Jai's advice. The other side wasn't falling for it. Unable to bait the opponent, Zheng Shengqiao could only search for an opportunity to forcefully break through to the opponent, but Caio Yifan refused to face him directly. Caio Yifan weaved in and out of the alleys as if it was his own home. Zheng Shengqiao was puzzled. It was a new map for both sides. How come the other side was so familiar with it? How could he know this map like back of his hand? Zheng Shengqiao, who had been chasing him the entire time, was starting to become impatient. Every time he reached a corner, he lifted his head to see where the sun was. He had to think about whether that place might have traps set, a dead end, or if it could be completely sealed off by ghost boundaries. Because of all the thinking he needed to do, he often lost his target, making him feel even more annoyed. Are you planning on running around until you recover all of your mana? Zheng Shengqiao couldn't bear it anymore and spoke to the other side through the all-chat. Glory characters had basic health and mana recovery, but it was very, very slow in real combat. If not, wouldn't the matches go on forever? Zheng Shengqiu knew the other side didn't have that goal in mind. These words were purely to provoke him. At Happy's benches, Ye Xiu actually went over to ask Chen Guo, "Did Yifen bring recovery equipment into the game? Do you think everyone thinks like you do?" Chen Guo felt hopeless. Ye Xiu had done this before, but it had actually been a very bold move. Bringing 2 sets of equipment increased the character's weight significantly. Fighting would feel different. It was hard to say if bringing an extra set of equipment was actually helpful or harmful, so the switching equipment playstyle only lasted a short while before becoming non-existent. It was considered okay to bring 1 or 2 extra pieces of equipment, but the end result of carrying 2 full sets of equipment might just be dragging the character to their own death. Even Ye Xiu only dared to do so against Team Everlasting. If he had to compete against similar-level experts, he would need to carefully ponder over it. I feel like with Yifen's skill level, bringing an extra set is still quite reasonable. Wei Chen gave an enthusiastic thumbs up. His words meant that Kaio Yifen had the ability to toy around with Jade Dynasty's player. "Do you really think Yifen's as shameless and unscrupulous as you guys?" Chen Guo was about to go crazy. "I think it's just because Yifen's rather cautious," Ye Xiu said. Yeah, he's probably overestimating these Jade Dynasty players," Wei Chen said. "We also figured that Jade Dynasty was hiding their strength," Ye Xiu said. "Yes, that's right. If it wasn't for that, he would definitely have brought another set of equipment," Wei Chen said. "Yeah, he definitely would have." Ye Xiu nodded his head. "Get out of here. You two, FCK off." Chen Guo yelled the king's avatar. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com chapter 990. Ye Xiu and the others were all joking around off stage, while Kaio Yifen on stage was completely unaffected by his opponent's taunting. Jade Dynasty's Zheng Shengqiu had no idea as to where 1-inch Ash was or where he was heading, but the audience could clearly see how 1-inch Ash was darting in and out of the alleyways with familiarity. This sort of playstyle was usually very unpopular, but because of Kaio Yifen's brilliant performance last match, the audience's tolerance for Kaio Yifen's playstyle had obviously become very high. Even the commentator was praising Kaio Yifen's patience, saying that it was rare that someone kept such a cool head when they were in the lead by a full player in the group arena. Okay, Kaio Yifen's 1-inch Ash has once again managed to sneak behind Severed Yearning once again. Will he manage to grasp an opportunity this time? The commentator kept his eyes on the match. He's approached, but this position doesn't seem very appropriate for a Ghostblade's ambush. Let's see what Kaio Yifen will do. Oh, he's laid down a ghost boundary. It's a flame boundary. Seems like Kaio Yifen also knows that this environment isn't too great for ghost boundaries, so he's aiming to deal damage. Jade Dynasty's player noticed, turned around, collapsing mountain. He has a very fast reaction speed. It looks like Zheng Shengqiu was waiting for 1-inch Ash to strike. Kaio Yifen has backed away. Seems like he felt that this opportunity wasn't a very good one. However, it's obvious that Zheng Shengqiu isn't willing to let Kaio Yifen go so easily this time, and he's pursuing. Exchanges like this have happened several times already, and Kaio Yifen has continuously managed to slip away, utilizing his familiarity with the map. However, this time, it seems like Zheng Shengqiu has gained a better understanding of the map during the match. He refuses to be shaken off. This place. The commentator made a questioning sound before he started to become excited. The broadcast very cooperatively flashed to the area the commentator had noticed. The audience looked over and immediately understood the commentator's excitement. This area had a very similar terrain to where Kaio Yifen killed his last opponent. A brilliant performance was about to follow. The audience perked up, and some even began applauding. As for Team Happy's supporters, they had already begun to cheer and yell with excitement. Jade Dynasty's members were extremely anxious at this moment. It didn't feel good to be spectating this at all. They could only watch as their teammate fell into the opponent's trap, but were helpless to do anything about it. Half of Jade Dynasty's players had even stood up, but their boss, Xiao Jai, was still sitting, unmoving, though his own anxiety was evident. His gaze even revealed a hint of rage, clearly unhappy at how his players were continuously falling for their opponent's tricks. Under the eyes of the people, Zhang Kaisheng didn't fail their expectations. His severed yearning took that final step. A ghost boundary practically matched the timing for this step, coming down on severed yearning's head. Caio Yifen had perfectly timed the skill, beginning to cast it beforehand and just finishing the cast with this step. Zhang Shengqiao was shocked but didn't panic. He wanted nothing more than for Caio Yifen to stop and face him head-on. With a colliding stab, severed yearning charged at 1-inch Ash. 1-inch Ash whirled around in a dodge, bounding to switch of positions with severed yearning. After the colliding stab, severed yearning spun around and Zhang Shengqiao only noticed the terrain of his environment then. His heart missed a beat, feeling dread rising. However, he was already trapped in a ghost boundary, and 1-inch Ash swung the tache in his hand. Ghost boundaries came down one after another. The audience yelled and cheered, abandoning all pretense, while Jade Dynasty's players all felt like crying. Zhang Shengqiao struggled, wanting to break out of the encirclement of ghost boundaries, yet was met with failure after failure. Compared to the ghost blade of last round, berserkers were a lot better at breaking through, but didn't have nearly as high of a resistance to the effects of ghost boundaries. Falling into a CC chain like this was much more troublesome for Zhang Shengqiao than for the last match's ghost blade player. Severed Yearning's life dropped constantly. The audience applauded thunderously. Jade Dynasty's players sat silently, and boss Xiao Jai's expression made him look like he was ready to eat someone. Caio Yifen has done it yet again, an amazing performance. However, this sort of playstyle consumes a lot of mana, so it seems that this time he won't be able to wipe out his opponent. That's perfectly fine though. Being able to expend all your mana in the group arena means you've truly done everything you can. Caio Yifen has reached this limit wonderfully. If Happy wins the group arena, then Caio Yifen would have made the greatest contribution. The commentator kept praising Caio Yifen's performance, noticing at the same time that 1-inch Ash's mana might not be enough and therefore wouldn't be able to keep up this playstyle of layering ghost boundaries in excess. Ah, so close. A split second after the commentator finished analyzing the situation, he gave a cry from a sudden change on the field. Meanwhile, the audience suddenly gave a loud collective sigh at the same time. Severed Yearning almost charged out of 1-inch Ash's encirclement. Though Jade Dynasty's player fell into a trap, it seems like he hasn't given up yet, seeking opportunities whenever he can. The commentator, having almost focused completely on 1-inch Ash, finally decided to spare a few thoughts for Zhang Shengqiao. Caio Yifen's control seems to be too spread out this time. Seeing the twos exchange on the field, the commentator suddenly came up with this comment. Compared to the complete control of the match, Zhang Shengqiao's Severed Yearning could still find some opportunity to try and break away from the control. Though he hadn't succeeded, he wasn't losing as badly as 1-inch Ash's previous opponent. I feel like Caio Yifen might be thinking too much. Seems like he's controlling his rhythm on purpose to not completely deplete his mana so quickly. However, this leaves room for his opponent to struggle. Actually, in a situation where he has such an advantage, why doesn't Caio Yifen just use up the rest of his mana to maximize his damage? I doubt anyone would be disappointed in him if he eventually lost the match, the commentator said with some confusion and disappointment. Just as his words fell, the two on the field began their first ever head-on exchange. Zheng Shengqiao might not have been able to break through but was able to deal a lot of damage to 1-inch Ash. Kaio Yifan won't be wiped out before even depleting his mana, right? That would be such a shame. Kaio Yifan, he demands too much of himself. Seeing how Zheng Shengqiao gained the upper hand in this exchange, the commentator began to worry. Again, it seems like Zheng Shengqiao is very confident in himself. Dark boundary. This dark boundary was very timely. Otherwise, he might really be able to hold on against this barrage. I hope Kaio Yifan can take advantage of this opportunity and regain control over the situation. Yet Kaio Yifan didn't accomplish what the commentator was hoping for, continuing to stubbornly keep his slow rhythm and not depleting his mana to set ghost boundaries like in the previous match. If it's just like this, I feel like there would be no need for this trap. I think Zheng Shengqiao would be more than willing to just fight Kaio Yifan head-on, right? The more he spoke, the more the commentator felt disappointed in Kaio Yifan's actions this round. Zheng Shengqiao is getting more and more confident as he fights. His status is at its peak. Slowly, the commentator's attention began to shift to Jade Dynasty's player. Blood Sword, Destruction Slash, brilliant. Soul-devouring Crimson Grip missed. What a shame. If that grab hit, it would have changed the situation completely. Zheng Shengqiao's severed yearning might not have broken through, but he has gained the upper hand now, unleashing his own barrage of attacks. Kaio Yifan is struggling to endure. Under a situation where he originally held the upper hand, Kaio Yifan didn't utilize his ghost boundaries to their fullest, so 1-inch Ash lost a lot of health as well, with only 10% remaining. Now, what he is about to face is an even fiercer offense from his opponent because Blood Awakening has now been activated. Wait, it's been activated. The commentator suddenly realized something was wrong upon coming to this. He was dumbstruck for a long while, and it wasn't until the two on the field engaged with one another that he noticed the health of each character falling and suddenly realized. Severed Yearning's Blood Awakening had already been activated because his health had already fallen by more than 50%, and this all happened without any fanfare. All he had noticed was Kaio Yifan's hardship in taking these attacks, but he hadn't noticed how Kaio Yifan's 1-inch Ash had been quietly chipping away at his opponent's health all of this time. That's right. This wave of damage wasn't nearly as elegant and consistent as the last match. However, if he was as liberal with his mana and consumed it like he did in the last match, how much damage would he be able to do with the little mana he had left? Yet now, using the head-on exchanges, 1-inch Ash might have lost a lot of health, but he had also drained Severed Yearning's health by quite a bit. But how much mana had 1-inch Ash used during this fight? 10%. He had only used 10%, 10% of his mana to take over 50% of his opponent's health. This was a shocking result, and 1-inch Ash had taken a lot of damage to achieve it. Though he still had almost 20% of his mana left now, he only had 10% of his health. He might have been able to save some mana, but did he have enough health to use it? Just as these doubts arose in the commentator, he suddenly understood. It's coming. Thus, all the people watching the broadcast heard the commentator abruptly say these words. What was coming? Just as the audience was lost in their confusion, 1-inch Ash suddenly sped up the pace. Ghost boundaries flashed continuously all over the field. This extravagant scene had 1-inch Ash's mana plummeting, yet at the same time it quickly depleted Severed Yearning's health as well. It's enough. Kaio Yifan's remaining mana is enough to wipe out Severed Yearning. Severed Yearning is a berserker, so he doesn't have the same resistance to ghost boundaries that the Ghost Blade from last match had, so ghost boundaries deal significantly more damage to him. Kaio Yifan's remaining mana will be enough to take him out. The commentator quickly shared his findings then, but he had forgotten that the previous analysis was all in his head. Suddenly announcing this made the audience extremely confused. However, the current situation on the field became the best annotation for the commentator's words. 1-inch Ash completely took back control as he sped up without warning. Severed Yearning, who had seemingly taken control of the field for a while, was immediately drowned in ghost boundaries. He couldn't orientate himself or find a way out. His health depleted rapidly. His blood may have awakened, but there was no place to utilize it. He was securely locked in 1-inch Ash's ghost boundaries. Finally, 1-inch Ash's mana was no more, and with the last powerful skill that consumed it, Severed Yearning's life was gone, too. Caio Yifan had successfully taken out his second opponent, the King's Avatar, Chapter 991. Chapter 991. The Older the Wiser Translator. Namiumi Editor. Namiumi, the system announced 1-inch Ash's victory, but the stadium was completely silent. The final turnaround had happened too quickly. Everyone had yet to comprehend what had transpired. The vast majority of the viewers as well as the commentator felt like Caio Yifan had been playing way too cautiously. He had lured the opponent into a trap, but he failed to perfectly restrict the opponent. The viewers and the commentator had overlooked the fact that, while Caio Yifan's 1-inch Ash lost a huge amount of health, he also successfully lowered his opponent's health. The commentator explained how Caio Yifan played this match, waking up the viewers watching the stream. However, the stadium didn't have a commentator speaking. Amidst the silence, everyone watched as Team Jade Dynasty's player Zhao Shengqiao stood up and walked down from the stage. In any case, Happy had won again. There was no doubt about it. As a result, the first to react were Happy's supporters. Even if they didn't understand the contents of the match, just the result deserved applause. Zhang Shengqiao received the cold shoulder like the previous player. The boss, Xiao Jai, ignored him. Zhang Shengqiao sat down nervously. The fourth player went over to Xiao Jai for instructions, but he saw Xiao Jai wave his hands at him with a look of disgust. He didn't say anything and sent him away. Xiao Jai used silence to express his displeasure with his players. The fourth player was Jade Dynasty's fourth swordsman. His opponent was still Caio Yifan, except Caio Yifan's character 1-inch Ash only had 10% of his health left. He was nearly out of mana too. Even so, this Spellblade still felt fearful. This time, Caio Yifan didn't drag the fight on. 1-inch Ash headed straight for his opponent. Without any mana, 1-inch Ash couldn't use any skills. He could only use basic attacks. Not long afterwards, the opponent killed him. Caio Yifan lost. He got up from his seat and got ready to leave the stage. This time, the stadium wasn't confused. They didn't hesitate and applauded wildly. Even if many of them weren't able to understand the contents of the previous match, Caio Yifan finishing a 1v2 in the group arena was clear as day. For a phantom demon, which did not excel even at 1v1s, being able to accomplish this was very impressive. The applause towards Caio Yifan wasn't lacking. As Caio Yifan left the stage, he heard the thunderous applause and felt a bit dazed. Once he confirmed that the applause was for him, the formerly invisible Caio Yifan felt moved. When he looked towards his teammates also stood up and welcomed him with applause. Caio Yifan felt moved once again. He also felt somewhat embarrassed. He rushed off the stage and walked over to his teammates. "How does a 1v2 feel?" Ye Xiu asked. "Pretty good." Caio Yifan scratched his head. The smile on his face brimmed with happiness. "Take a break, watch us next," Ye Xiu smiled. Caio Yifan nodded his head. He and everyone else returned to their bench. Team Happy's third player didn't immediately take his baton though. Old Wei, Ye Xiu looked around. He discovered that Wei Chen was at the very corner of their player bench. His head was buried in his arms and he was scrunched up like a ball. Who knew what he was doing? Wait, let me finish smoking." Wei Chen raised his head. He let out 2 puffs of smoke from his mouth. Chen Guo was furious when she saw this. The stadium was a public venue. Smoking was not allowed inside. However, this guy had hidden himself in a corner to grab a smoke. Chen Guo didn't know what to say. As the oldest in Team Happy, Wei Chen truly wasn't a role model for his peers. After breathing in 2 puffs of smoke, Wei Chen clapped his hands and stood up. Who knew where his cigarette had gone off to? He walked over boldly and nodded his head fiercely at Caio Yifen. "Little fan, you played pretty well." "Ha ha," Caio Yifen laughed foolishly. "Watch me next." Wei Chen's arrogance pierced the heavens as he spoke. Chen Guo didn't even say good luck to this guy. Wei Chen didn't need this kind of encouragement. He walked onto the stage high and mightily. The stadium clapped out of politeness towards the next player. Then they saw this guy wave his hands to send his greetings. He looked like he was enjoying it very much up until the applause died down. Only then did he finally climb onto the stage. Soon afterwards, the next round of the group arena began. Team Jade Dynasty's Spellblade versus Wei Chen's Warlock Windward formation. "Okay, I'll give you 3 minutes to come find me. If you can't find me, you should just forfeit." As soon as the match started, the first thing Wei Chen did was type this into the all chat. Jade Dynasty's player ignored him. In that match, Mysterious Fantasy forfeited to Wei Chen because that point didn't even matter to them. In fact, that forfeit actually raised their team's morale. It was a trade-off for better psychological stability. In this group arena, no matter how lacking a team's morale was, it didn't make sense to directly forfeit. Everyone treated Wei Chen's words as psychological warfare. No one took it seriously, but in the next second, everyone actually saw Wei Chen's windward formation decisively run into a corner. This guy had actually started hiding. The crowd went into an uproar. All sorts of rowdy jeering and whistling sounded. There was even some applause, but it sounded very weird. The applause was clearly a sarcastic one. Chen Guo felt so ashamed that she wanted to crawl under the seats because Caio Yifen's outstanding performance had helped Happy win a lot of fans. Chen Guo reckoned that all of that work had instantly been undone by Wei Chen's dirtiness. Jade Dynasty's Spellblade wasn't affected by Wei Chen's words. He didn't directly head over though and instead took a more roundabout path. This was the first time Jade Dynasty's player went along a more strategic path. He walked around but wasn't able to find the target. Wei Chen was still hiding in a corner near his spawn point, not moving. The commentator suffered the most. No matter how experienced he was, it wouldn't be enough. One side wasn't moving. The other side was running around in circles. What was there for him to do? Calculate the distance between the two players. Jade Dynasty's player ran around in a circle a few times but still didn't see his opponent but continued to look around. This player had clearly underestimated Wei Chen's shamelessness. He didn't think Wei Chen would go so far as to do such a disgusting move. However, Wei Chen still did it. He sat in a corner near the spawn point like a cat. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes passed. Wei Chen typed out on the dot, "3 minutes is up, you still haven't found me, go forfeit." The stadium suddenly made all sorts of noise. However, the player booths were soundproof. The players wouldn't know what the stadium's reaction was. After all, Glory was different from other esports. Leaks could be game-changing. As a result, players on stage were practically sealed in. Even if he could hear the crowd's reaction, Wei Chen definitely wouldn't bat an eyelid towards it. He shouted for the opponent to forfeit, but there was no reply. Wei Chen continued to grumble. "Why aren't you forfeiting? Do you think this is fun for me?" The crowd suddenly felt the urge to curse at him. That was exactly what they wanted to say to Wei Chen. Jade Dynasty's player ignored him, but after running in circles for 3 minutes, he had to start seriously considering that his opinion of Wei Chen's shamelessness had been way off. The Spellblade turned around and started moving towards Windward Formation's spawn point. During this time, Windward Formation kept on typing messages, using all sorts of unscrupulous words to provoke Team Jade Dynasty. He obviously used Caio Yifen's 1v2 a lot. The viewers finally got something. The viewers confused about Caio Yifen's second win had been explained through Wei Chen's trash talk. What an incredible player! The viewers, who now understood Caio Yifen's play, admired him even more. At the same time, they also felt sympathy. How did such a player have such a filthy teammate? Finally, Jade Dynasty's Spellblade reached Windward Formation's spawn point. He started moving slower, carefully observing his surroundings. Wei Chen's trash talk continued as if he didn't know his opponent was nearby. Everyone had one thought right now. They hoped that Jade Dynasty's Spellblade would hurry up and uncover him so that guy could shut up already. He's getting close. He's getting close. The viewers had an omniscient view of the match started to become excited, but the moment the Spellblade was about to make the last step to find his opponent, Windward Formation suddenly ran out of his corner and started moving. FCK. Many people in the crowd cursed inwardly. How did he know? No one understood. He probably cheated. Quite a few people had started doubting Wei Chen's morality. In any case, the Spellblade missed his opportunity. He wasn't able to find Windward Formation at the spawn point, and that guy's trash talk kept on pouring out. This time, the Spellblade was finally a bit confused because he had lost all sense of direction. He started wondering if Windward Formation was even there. He is. He's about to come too. The viewers hated how they couldn't rush over and tell the Spellblade what was happening. From their god's view, they discovered that after Windward Formation went in a circle, he had circled around to the Spellblade's back. The commentator became excited too because, after Caio Yifen's 2 matches, he started taking the habit of paying attention to the map's terrain. When he switched viewpoints, he suddenly realized that after Windward Formation circled around, the distance, angle, and terrain were all favorable towards Windward Formation. The commentator immediately said this point and couldn't help but sigh. It looks like Team Happy's veteran and Team Blue Rain's former captain isn't as boring as everyone imagined him to be. I only have one thing to say. The older, the wiser. The King's Avatar, Chapter 992, the viewers watching the broadcast could hear the commentator's words, so they understood how impressive Wei Chen's play was. However, the lesser-skilled members of the audience couldn't see anything special about it. They continued to boo at Wei Chen. Amidst these boos, Windward Formation moved into an exceptionally good position. Perfect timing and advantageous terrain. Everything was in his favor. As soon as he attacked, he forced Jade Dynasty's Spellblade into a difficult situation. Warlocks excelled at controlling situations. Their attack range was higher than a Spellblade's. In addition, Windward Formation's silver weapon, Death's Hand, gave +4 to spell casting distance. The Spellblade was being toyed around by Wei Chen like a wooden marionette. The crowd was still booing wildly, hoping for Jade Dynasty's Spellblade to teach Wei Chen a lesson, but they soon discovered that it was the complete opposite from what they had hoped. Jade Dynasty's Spellblade was actually being destroyed by that dirty, shameless guy. The boos stopped. The crowd had mixed feelings. For a moment, they were unable to give any applause to Wei Chen, even though he had beautifully grasped the distance and pace of the fight. At the same time, the other match taking place at a different stage had officially ended. 1v5. What was thought to be impossible was established on the basis that the level of the 2 participating sides were close. Continuing their streak from the last match, Excellent Era's son Xiang once again swept through the group arena alone. In the follow team competition, after easily killing one of the other side's players, Excellent Era ended the match early with all 6 of their members intact. There were many Excellent Era fans at the stadium. Although they couldn't help but focus more of their attention on the match between Happy and Jade Dynasty, Excellent Era sweeping through this match was still welcomed with applause. This kind of achievement wasn't anything to be proud of for Excellent Era, but they wouldn't refuse the passionate support of their fans. Excellent Era's players stood together on stage, waving their hands towards the audience. The broadcast officially announced Team Excellent Era's advance to the Challenger League's finals. However, it looked as if Team Excellent Era didn't care who their next opponent would be. After satisfying a few requests for signatures and pictures, Team Excellent Era exited the stadium. They didn't even bother waiting for the other match to end. Xiao noticed Excellent Era's arrogance and felt extremely unhappy. He couldn't bother bickering about it at this moment, though. It was still a question whether or not Team Jade Dynasty could beat Team Happy. Team Jade Dynasty hiding their strength was originally supposed to be a surprise for Team Excellent Era, but when they faced Team Happy, Xiao was shaken. After all, he had been a fan of Glory since the very beginning. He was no stranger to the names Ye Xiu, Wei Chen, or Sun Jiping, so after hesitating again and again, Xiao reluctantly decided to reveal his surprise ahead of time. With that, he thought beating Happy wouldn't be a problem, but even after switching to superior equipment, Xiao was unable to see any sort of advantage. They were being dominated from start to finish. This match didn't even look like a competition between two equals. They were still being beaten even after switching equipment. If he had left the surprise until the end, how badly would they be losing? Xiao didn't dare think about it. Seeing Windward Formation force his team's Spellblade into all sorts of predicaments, disgust was written all over Xiao's face. He hated losing and loathed this kind of performance. He had bought Team Jade Dynasty to have fun, not to endure suffering. The Spellblade was finally defeated. Wei Chen won effortlessly. If the part where he had shamelessly went into hiding had been removed, the crowd would have been very willing to give him a round of applause. However, with that sort of opener, the crowd felt like the quality of the match had been dragged through the dirt. To think he won like that, everyone thought to themselves. Xiao continued to sit there, not saying a word. Let the players swap on their own. They were already on their last player. As for Happy, including Wei Chen, Happy still had 3 players. Ye Xiu and Sun Jiping had yet to even make an appearance. Xiao didn't have any hope towards this Spitfire either. He only hoped that he would lose without making a fool of himself and not give a shameful performance. The poor Spitfire player didn't have any confidence either. 1v3. For a small character like himself, such an achievement only appeared in his dreams. He didn't dare think about who the next player on Happy was. He was afraid that he might not even be able to beat the player on stage right now. What shameless method would this despicable guy use to deal with him? The Spitfire player trembled with fear as he walked towards the stage. He swiped his account card. A short moment later, the match began. A string of letters popped up in the all chat. Is there any point in trying to fight? Why don't you just forfeit? The boos from the crowd nearly shook the stadium. They had never seen someone so shameless before. Couldn't you try a different method for once? The viewers saw it clearly. While Windward Formation typed that out, he once again hid in a corner just like in the last match. What about Team Dynasty's side? The Spitfire player carefully moved along a strategic route. The thought that Wei Chen would do the same thing as in the previous round didn't even cross his mind. Not just anyone could fathom such shamelessness. But after going around and around, he was unable to find his target. Jade Dynasty's player was forced to lower himself and consider things from a shameless point of view. No way, right? He questioned his own guess as he controlled his character to move towards Windward Formation's spawn point. The crowd was in an uproar. If this kept going, it wouldn't be a copy of the last round, would it? Boos and shouts erupted. Even Happy's most loyal supporters felt too embarrassed to say anything. The Happy fan club formed by 7 fields and the others had shrunk down into their seats. It looked as if they were ready to slide to underneath their seats at a moment's notice. Fortunately, Jade Dynasty's player wasn't as stupid as everyone thought. After seeing his teammate get ambushed by Wei Chen's windward formation, how could he not be on guard against it? As he approached the spawn point, he changed his pathing, going along the route that windward formation had previously used to flank his teammate. Beautiful! The crowd couldn't help but cheer. Right now, they weren't concerned about the competition between the two teams. They just wanted to see that despicable warlock get taught a lesson. They hoped that the Spitfire would surprise that guy from behind and make him piss his pants in fear. This scene was about to happen. The Spitfire slowly approached, but Wei Chen's windward formation remained still. If this was before, he would have already started running right. Shouldering countless people's hopes, the Spitfire finally circled around to the spawn point. Wei Chen's windward formation didn't seem to be aware of him. "Arrived," he simply said in the chat. "What's arrived?" Everyone was puzzled. They hadn't thought that it was just a casual greeting. Weren't they playing a serious match right now? Unfortunately, the poor Jade Dynasty player was also puzzled. He had been startled by the sudden question. Then, windward formation's attack flew at him. Jade Dynasty's player wasn't so confused that he had forgotten what he was doing. As soon as he saw the opponent attack, he instinctively dodged and counterattacked. The two characters immediately started fighting, exchanging blows. The crowd started discussing amongst each other. They didn't think that this scene was as simple as it looked. Happy's warlock must have some sort of disgusting trick up his sleeve. What could it be? Everyone thought to themselves. As they thought about it, they saw Team Jade Dynasty's Spitfire fall. Done. Everyone was dumbstruck when they saw the word glory jump onto the screen. Where was his signature despicableness? Where was the shamelessness? Why was it over already? The stadium didn't have a commentator helping them, so they were all scratching their heads in wonder. However, those watching the broadcast had already been told by the commentator, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, that this was just an ordinary fight. Happy's warlock was more or less too lazy to move, so he just waited for the Spitfire player to come. Then, the two sides fought, ending with the Spitfire falling. The viewers watching the broadcast were cursing, while the crowd at the stadium were still puzzled. They felt like they had missed something. Everyone was staring at the screen, hoping to find something from the replays, but they still weren't able to see anything. The crowd watched as Wei Chen walked out from the stage, also completing a 1v2 like his previous teammate. However, they had no idea what to do. But after seeing that guy waving his hands towards them, a single thought formed in their minds. Boo at him. Keep booing. The crowd once again booed the winner. And then they saw this guy continue waving his hands, welcoming their boos. Did he not understand what these boos meant? The boos suddenly became louder. Wei Chen acted as though there was no one there and returned to his seat. In the group arena section, Team Happy had won 3 points. It could be considered as an impressive result. In the next team competition, as long as they killed 3 of their opponent's players, they could not lose the match. If they killed another one, the match would end in their guaranteed victory. The pressure had been piled onto Team Jade Dynasty. Xiaojai no longer stayed silent. He got up and walked towards the players. "What did you think about your performances in the group arena?" Xiaojai asked. No one in Team Jade Dynasty uttered a word. "It looks like all of you know and feel ashamed. What about the following team competition? What do you plan to do to win? Will it be like the group arena? Stroll right into the opponent's trap, get crushed by the opponents?" Xiaojai said. "Of course not." Someone suddenly lifted his head and gave a smile full of confidence. The King's Avatar Chapter 993. The person who spoke up was Team Jade Dynasty's cleric, Lu Shilin. Xiaojai had personally scouted him. In his eyes, he was an outstanding cleric. When Xiaojai purchased Team Jade Dynasty, he naturally stuck him into the team. Lu Shilin could be considered as someone under his personal command. Xiao Jai had originally intended on directly handing Lu Shilin the team captain's position, but he wasn't stupid. He knew that he hadn't brought half of the team over. He had only brought one person. An individual's power was rather weak, even if he had the boss backing. It might not be enough to convince the rest of the team. As a result, the team captain was still Lin Yi. Apart from that, Xiao Jai even asked their former captain, Zhang Jian, to help. Thus, when Team Jade Dynasty's ownership changed, no one was unhappy. It was just that, at this moment, Xiao Jai was not happy at all. He had thought that they were in a superior position, but he didn't see any of their superiority in the group arena, which made him seriously question these players' ability to perform. If not, how could they have lost in such an ugly manner? Right now, if they wanted to reach the finals, they needed to win the team competition with 3 or more players surviving. If this team continued to perform the same way that they did in the group arena, it would truly be hopeless. Fortunately, the true core of Team Jade Dynasty would finally be coming out. This was Team Jade Dynasty's true power. Just wait and see. Happy. Xiao Jai shot a glance at Happy. An arrogant and proud smile once again appeared on his face. The break time in between the group arena and team competition quickly passed. Jade Dynasty's players readied themselves. There was nothing new to their player list. It was the same 5 players from the group arena along with Lu Shilin. Do well, take revenge, Xiao Jai yelled to his teammates. Haha, revenge already, then what will happen when you get eliminated? The person who replied was Happy's Ye Xiu. You truly deserve to be called a god, you're quite confident. Xiao Jai's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. His politeness at the start of the match was non-existent. And I should be. Ye Xiu nodded his head towards Xiao Jai's remark. You'll pay the price for your conceit, Xiao Jai sneered. Ye Xiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. And I thought you were conceited. You didn't give any advice to them for the team competition, right? Xiao Jai's face darkened. He hadn't said too much in the team competition, but he still said a few words. He had purchased Team Jade Dynasty so he could enjoy planning strategies with the team. I hope you didn't. If not, the Alliance might have to work overtime and convene a meeting to discuss the new competitive format if this match ends too quickly, Ye Xiu said. Ha 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 ha. Chen Guo was unable to keep up her image and started laughing loudly. She had long since gotten a bad impression of Xiao Jai since long ago. Xiao Jai always acted as if his beliefs were infallible. If the team played spectacularly, it would be because of him. If the team played poorly, it was the fault of the players. He wouldn't blame himself at all. If Ye Xiu hadn't returned fire, Chen Guo would have rushed forward to say a few words herself. Fortunately, Ye Xiu did it first. His replies were much more brilliant. This type of reasonable and justifiable trash talk was truly Ye Xiu's strong point. The Alliance wanted to test the new competitive format in the Challenger League, but they forgot that there was a huge skill disparity in the Challenger League. Did an excellent era quickly and easily finish up and go home to eat. If Happy crushed Jade Dynasty and also finished early, what conclusions would the Alliance be able to come to with this Challenger League experiment? That truly was quite an incisive question. Hang in there, you have to hang in there. Chen Guo added fuel to the fire and blurted out a few more words. HMPH, you won't be smiling in a bit, Xiao Jai replied. Of course, Chen Guo said proudly. She was usually the one who was the more worried, but in this critical moment, she was suddenly filled with confidence. She firmly believed that Happy wouldn't lose to this team. That wouldn't be professional. Team Happy's participating players started going on stage too. Because only 3 players had appeared on stage in the group arena for Happy, it was still unknown who would be going on stage in the team competition. The players who closely followed the Challenger League were quite familiar with an eye-catching team like Happy. They paid particular attention to this issue. Even the commentator was guessing who Happy would send out for the team competition. It was only until Happy's players started going on stage was the answer revealed. The one in front was Ye Xiu. He wasn't just a god in Team Happy. He was someone who remained unsurpassed in the glory scene. Behind him was Sun Jiping. With the name Blood and Blossoms, he was only one step away from the peak of glory. From the boos from the crowd, it wasn't hard to guess who was next. Wei Chen. He would win by any means necessary. He embodied the concept of shamelessness. After the boos, the crowd suddenly started cheering and clapping because this was another player who had won through solid fundamentals in today's group arena, Ye Xiu. He had come from a top team and had similar accomplishments in the group arena like Wei Chen, but the treatment towards him was the complete opposite. It was certainly a wondrous scene to look at. After Ye Xiu, the next player was clearly quite popular as this player received many cheers. This player had always received a lot of attention over the entire course of the offline tournament. Tang Ru. Not only did she possess incredible mechanics, she also had outstanding looks. After appearing in the offline tournament, she received all-around attention. Chen Guo had received not just a few requests for Tang Ru. There were even many powerful people who directly looked for Tang Ru, trying to recruit her. These people seemed to have a good understanding of Happy's situation. As a result, they felt like the reason Tang Ru was willing to play for Team Happy was definitely because she didn't fully understand her own value, and in order to recruit such an outstanding player in all regards, many teams were willing to pay a high price for her. This was why the clubs were quite confident. Unfortunately, they didn't completely understand Tang Ru. They thought that they could move Tang Ru with very generous offers, but these had no effect on Tang Ru. What exactly did she want? This was what the various clubs wondered after getting in touch with Tang Ru. Unfortunately, no one could find the correct answer. They could only watch quietly as Tang Ru performed spectacularly again and again for Happy. It made them lament. Such a pearl was being thrown to the swines right in front of them, but they were unable to save it. It was truly too regretful. After Tang Ru was Happy's cleric, and Wenyi. Healers were a rather mild and not very eye-catching class that made people's blood boil. In addition, all of his other teammates shined too brightly. When Wenyi appeared on stage, the atmosphere in the stadium clearly became a bit colder, but Wenyi didn't mind because he never felt like he had done anything to deserve their cheers. If someone actually cheered for him, wouldn't that be more strange? When he came onto the stage, he saw that Jade Dynasty's cleric hadn't gone to his seat yet. Instead, he was waiting on the side for Happy's players. Ye Xiu, Sun Jiping, Wei Chen, Ye Xiu, Tang Ru, all of them passed by him one by one. He kept a smile on his face and didn't pay much attention to them, but when Wenyi walked by, he came over and welcomed him. Hi. Lu Shilin extended out his right hand. Hi. And Wenyi naturally shook his hand. In this team competition, the two of us will be the ones who decide who wins and loses, Lu Shilin said. Then he drew back his hand and left with a smile, and Wenyi was startled. His hand was hanging still in the air. The other side had only shook his hand casually. As for Lu Shilin's words, it wasn't hard to figure out what he implied from the way he shook hands. He was hinting that the huge disparity between the clerics would decide the winner of this match. What an arrogant guy, Wei Chen exclaimed. The rest of Happy had heard Lu Shilin's challenge to Wenyi. Ha ha, psychological warfare, boring. And Wenyi shook his head. Not entirely. Ye Xiu said, healers are frequently the deciding factor in the team competition. This isn't a bad tactic. I'll still do my best. And Wenyi said, everyone will. Ye Xiu smiled. Then you guys work harder. It's best if you don't need this senior to rescue you guys. Wei Chen said lazily and then headed towards his seat. In this team competition, he was their sixth player. Happy's players took their seats and swiped their cards. After checking everything, the characters on both sides entered the waiting room. Once the countdown reached 0, the two sides loaded into the map. Happy versus Jade Dynasty. The deciding battle that decided who would advance to the finals officially began. The players on both sides spawned at the corners of the map and started moving. Both sides had studied the map previously. As for their opening moves, none of them started discussing them when the match started. They had already made preparations beforehand. Afterwards, they would need to make the appropriate adjustments throughout the match. Team Jade Dynasty's 4 swordsmen circled around Lu Xilin, maintaining a complete formation before advancing. Team Happy's 5 players separated and ran randomly around the map like they had no solid strategy planned. Of course, no one believed that Happy didn't actually have a strategy going in. The commentator looked around the map through his god's view, observing the movements of Happy's characters to determine their intentions. 1-inch Ash and Little Cold Hands are fairly close to each other. They aren't moving forward as fast as the other 3. The attackers clearly aren't going to be these 2. As for those other 3, Ye Xiu, Sun Jiping. One is the battle god, the other is the former number 1 berserker. I think besides Han Wenqin, no one is more aggressive than those 2. As for Tang Ru, even though she's a rookie, her aggressiveness isn't lacking compared to her seniors. In terms of style, I don't think there's a player combination that's more aggressive than these 3. The King's Avatar Chapter 994, what the commentator called the strongest offensive trio in all of Glory, didn't stick together. The 3 characters each went down different paths. The broadcast switched to a bird's eye view of the entire map, with the players of each team outlined by different colored highlights. All the pathings of the players became much more obvious. From the bird's eye view we can clearly see the movements of the players on each team. Jade Dynasty's players are more concentrated, maintaining a formation as they advance together. Team Happy, on the other hand, is completely scattered around, apart from 1-inch Ash and Little Cold Hands, who are just barely in range of supporting each other. The other 3 characters have all pulled away, but from the directions they're each heading in, their intentions are rather clear. It's a little hard to believe, but these 3, it seems like they plan to surround Team Jade Dynasty. The commentator's tone was very doubtful. However, the developing situation gave them their answer. Team Jade Dynasty, advancing forward in a straight line, met Sun Jiping's Another Summer of Sleep first. With a greatsword in hand, he charged right towards the front of their team's formation. He was a single man, but he seemed to have the air of a general leading an army of thousands into battle. Jade Dynasty's formation didn't change. The 4 swordsmen charging forward to meet their opponent while maintaining their positions around Lu Xilin's cleric. However, none of them could resist looking around as their characters charged forward. Sun Jiping was just charging over on his own. There really wasn't anyone nearby to support him. Don't let him close in. That was when Lu Xilin gave that order. The spellblade among the 4 swordsmen stepped forward, an earthquake sword sweeping out. Sun Jiping's Another Summer of Sleep sidestepped it and continued to advance. Jade Dynasty's berserker then jumped out, also wielding a greatsword, and charged furiously at Another Summer of Sleep. However, his charge was just a feint. The real attack was the ghost blade hiding beside him, sneakily summoning a ghost boundary. He swung his blade down, but then saw Another Summer of Sleep abruptly swing his broadsword at him. Clang! The ghost blade hastily raised his sword into a guard, sliding back several units, but still managing to take the blow. Following that, the Blade Master and Berserker executed a pincer attack against Another Summer of Sleep. The Spellblade's wave formation had trapped Another Summer of Sleep within as well. They were really quite surprised, not expecting for Sun Jiping to charge right into their formation like that. This was underestimating them. Even though Jade Dynasty might not have been the best, they had once been pros. They didn't think that they had fallen to the level of being underestimated like this. They decided to punish Sun Jiping for this. Yet that was when Tang Ru's soft mist arrived, spear raised, charging over at their flank with a dragon breaks the ranks. Lu Shilin smirked. What was this? Support. These two were both recklessly charging into their formation, not supporting or working together. This was the level that Happy's tactics were at. One of the legendary four master tacticians. Lu Xilin thought to himself and then turned his view, seeing a glimpse of Lord Grimm from a different direction. So he had snuck around their back and was still on his way over. Lu Xilin was really almost about to laugh out loud. So he wanted to use wave after wave of furious attacks to mess up their formation, The problem was, they were absolutely terrible at controlling the pace. They were just coming out to get killed one by one. Take out the berserker first, Lu Xilin ordered, not telling the four swordsmen to deal with the two newcomers yet. That was when he saw Soft Mist not even bothering to help another summer of sleep, and instead charged at Lu Xilin's cleric. This isn't something unexpected. Lu Xilin kept up his smile, backing away a few steps and entered the ghost boundaries and wave formations of their Ghost Blade and Spell Blade. This was originally a defense against another summer of sleep, but now it also acted as the perfect protection for Lu Xilin. As expected, Soft Mist didn't dare to follow him into such dangerous territory and could only change directions to go and assist another summer of sleep. Never mind Lu Xilin. Even the commentator felt like Happy's strategic arrangements were terrible this round. This round of attacks from Team Happy wasn't executed very well. First of all, Sun Jiping made the mistake by facing his opponents head-on. He completely underestimated Jade Dynasty's players, and him being surrounded means that the second wave of attacks from Tang Ru didn't work very well. They've lost their goal for this wave of attacks. I trust that Happy didn't intend to throw another summer of sleep into enemy territory and then pull him out again. Now Ye Xiu's Lord Grimm is approaching as well, but can he turn the tides alone? Oh, he stopped. It seems like he doesn't intend to charge into the fray. It's true that the situation isn't the best, but he can't just give up like that, can he? Are they giving up on another summer of sleep? It seems like it. Soft Mist is preparing to retreat. Ha 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 ha. On the player stands for Jade Dynasty. Their boss Xiao Jai finally witnessed a situation he could enjoy. It was unfortunate that he couldn't talk to Ye Xiu now. After all, that guy was currently trying to awkwardly clean up after the strategic disaster he had planned. No. Hey, I say, is this your strategy? Xiao Jai called out to Chen Gu, who was watching the match on Happy's side. Yet, at the same time as his shout, the audience suddenly cried out in collective shock. Xiao Jai turned his head back around to see Lord Grimm, who hadn't jumped into the fray, suddenly break his weapon in two and stretch out his hands. Then Lu Xilin's cleric was grabbed, and Soft Mist's retreat seemed more like a pursuit. What? Xiao Jai stood suddenly. These words were heard by all the viewers watching this match. What they heard, naturally, wasn't Xiao Jai's yell, but the commentator, who had only just been commenting on how terribly Happy was doing, suddenly stop and cry out in surprise. This scene was too unexpected. Because the stadium itself had many angles being played together, the audience there could see what was happening. However, the TV broadcast only had what the program director showed them. Most of the time, only one scene was being played on the TV, and the scene just now hadn't been broadcasted on TV because the program director had not been expecting it at all. By the time he saw it and hastily switched to the correct angle, Lu Xilin's cleric was already flying through the air, eventually landing in Lord Grimm's hands. Cloud-grasping fist. Was that a cloud-grasping fist? How did Lord Grimm manage to use cloud-grasping fist? We all know that unspecialized characters can learn all of the pre-advancement skills from every classes, but this doesn't include skills beyond level 20. All the skills learned beyond level 20 are only available after job advancement, unless it's an equipment bonus. The commentator yelled out in realization. If it's an equipment bonus, then of course he'd be able to use it, God. What sort of weapon does Lord Grimm have? We knew it could change forms, becoming weapons of all sorts of class types so that Lord Grimm can fully utilize all of his skills. But now it seems that there are skills built into the weapon too. That means Lord Grimm is no longer limited to those low-leveled skills. Though these skills won't be at a very high rank, another skill means more options and more combinations. For example, what we're seeing now is a cloud-grasping fist. It might not have the same speed and range as a maxed-rank cloud-grasping fist, but its usage here might be the deciding factor of this match. Jade Dynasty's cleric has been abducted from their formation by Lord Grimm just like that. Okay, he was stolen a while ago, and now he's already dead. The commentator had yelled excitedly, only focused on analyzing that cloud-grasping fist and forgetting to talk about what had been occurring. When he got back to it, the cleric of Jade Dynasties had immediately received a beating. Soft Mist definitely hadn't been retreating just now, but running over to kill her target. The four swordsmen Jade Dynasty panicked, forgetting about dealing with another summer of sleep. This wasn't a fair trade at all. How were they going to fight without a healer? The four hurriedly ran over to help, but that was when two others arrived. One was 1-inch Ash, who arrived with his ghost boundaries that immediately came down in a chain. This was the layering playstyle that he had used in the group arena. No, to be accurate, it was even more fierce, even more swift, because what he needed to do now was block them, stall for time, so he didn't need to consider how long this could last. As long as he stalled them for a little bit of time, allowing them deal with the cleric, he would have done his job. On 1-inch Ash's other side, little cold hands charged out, not to heal, but as support for their offense. A holy commandment was branded on Lu Shilin's cleric, raising his damage taken by 30%, as if afraid he wouldn't die fast enough. While one side was bleeding, the other side had just bled. Question: what does a berserker that has lost blood do to the people that made him lose blood? In the public chat, another summer of sleep suddenly sent out this sentence. The four people freaking out at being blocked by 1-inch Ash saw this and turned their cameras, only to find another summer of sleep with Berserk and Whirlwind / activated, charging over. The four hurriedly attempted to parry. As expected of a Berserker that had lost enough blood, the addition of Berserk transformed him into a hurricane and blew them everywhere. However, the four had no time to think about themselves. Cleric. This match depended on the cleric's survival. That was when they saw a sentence in the global chat coming from Lord Grimm. Your cleric said this would be a battle between two clerics. Now he's dead. What about you guys? Are you going to continue? The King's Avatar Chapter 995. Not a sound could be heard from the stadium. Compared to the Jade Dynasty players on stage, the crowd had watched as Jade Dynasty's cleric was grabbed from inside his team's formation and beaten to death. Cloud grasping a healer wasn't anything new. Even in the arena, players in team competitions like to use this move to create an opening. The prerequisite was naturally that the team had to have a Chi Master. Yes, a Chi Master. This class was the prerequisite. Happy didn't have one though, so Jade Dynasty hadn't taken any sort of precautions against this move. However, a cloud-grasping fist actually appeared. Jade Dynasty's cleric was kidnapped and wasn't able to resist. Then Lord Grimm and Soft Mist ganged up on him. On the side, Happy's cleric also helped out. In a moment, there would be a holy commandment. The next, there would be a sacred fire. Jade Dynasty's cleric wasn't even able to defend himself. He was being kneaded like a piece of dough. Even when he turned into a corpse, the corpse was sent flying with a blow-away attack. Ye Xiu threw out those words in the chat at the same time. Bang! Jade Dynasty's cleric flew past 1-inch Ash's ghost boundaries and landed in front of the rest of Jade Dynasty. Nothing was worse than having the cleric killed in a team competition. The only exception was if the team didn't bring a cleric in the first place. Team Jade Dynasty clearly wasn't the exception, though. What's more, they regarded their healer as their core. The healer was 6 feet under. The core had died. It was exactly like Ye Xiu had just asked. Was there even a need to continue? The outcome of the match was soon decided. Happy easily won. Looking back at their run through the group arena, everyone realized in astonishment that this match wasn't as intense as they had anticipated it to be. Happy won the match without much trouble, but Team Jade Dynasty's players didn't think the same. The instant the winner of the match was announced, the cleric Lu Shilin rushed out from his seat in a frenzy. In this match, the viewers weren't even able to see his character name clearly or show his cleric's ability before dying. Everything was because of that stupid cloud-grasping fist. Yes, such a crude method that even normal players used had been the deciding move in this very important match. There weren't any deep or complex tactics involved. Sun Jiping and Tang Ru simply drew their attention, allowing Ye Xiu find the right opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In reality, there was a single prerequisite that allowed for this to happen. Team Jade Dynasty didn't know Lord Grimm could use cloud-grasping fist. If they had known, they would have protected their healer differently and paid particular attention to Lord Grimm. They would have treated him more like a chi master. No matter what, Lord Grimm wouldn't have been able to stand behind them so casually. He wouldn't have been able to lift his hand, whisk him away, and kill him so quickly. Lu Shilin refused to accept the result. He refused 100, 1,000, 10,000 times. The outcome had nothing to do with strategy or skill. It was only because their Team Jade Dynasty didn't know one small detail. Happy had an unfair advantage. They should be feeling ashamed at such a victory. Wei Chen was the first to get up from the player seats on Happy's side. As soon as he got up, he stretched his body. So fast, I had only just fallen asleep. You. Seeing Team Happy's players come out one after the other, Lu Shilin pointed his hand at them. He was so furious he could only shake with anger, unable to say anything. What could he say? Happy should have told them that they would use cloud-grasping fist, so Jade Dynasty could be on their guard. Lu Shilin obviously knew that was impossible. Thus, even though he refused to accept the results, he was unable to find any convincing arguments. After saying "you" for a while just before Happy left the stage, he jumped out. What type of FC King class is an unspecialized? They're allowed in a competition. He was already grasping at straws. The Alliance never had any restrictions or requirements towards characters. There simply hadn't been a precedent for an unspecialized before. There was no rule stating that unspecialized characters were forbidden. Lu Shilin's argument had no effect on Happy's players. They just kept talking and laughing, completely ignoring his existence. They left the stage and celebrated their victory with the others. Lu Shilin still wanted to rush over and argue, but someone grabbed him from behind. He turned to look. It was Team Jade Dynasty's team captain Lin Yi. "What are you doing?" Lu Shilin furiously threw Lin Yi's hand off of him. He clearly didn't have much respect for this captain of his. "A loss is a loss. Lose with dignity," Lin Yi said. "Dignity? Wow, you've really got some. You can accept such a stupid loss," Lu Shilin shouted. "That's the way competition is. At least next time we won't make the same mistake." Lin Yi said, "Next time? When's that?" "Next year." Lu Shilin ridiculed. "You can hang around the Challenger League for 3 years because you can put up with such stupid losses, but not me. I don't think it was a stupid loss. We just lost to something unexpected. In the end, it's because we didn't prepare enough. That goes for the team competition and the group arena too," Lin Yi said. Lu Shilin listened and then laughed. "So it's like that. You want to look for an excuse for your trash performance in the group arena. So you're actually very happy that we lost in this team competition. This way, it proves that you're not actually incompetent, right? Calm down." Lin Yi felt helpless. He could understand Lu Shilin's feelings, though. Losing in the Challenger League was a huge blow because this meant that another year had been wasted. It was even more painful than losing the championship title. If you lost the championships, it wasn't the end of the world, but losing in the Challenger League just might be the end of the world. Didn't Team Everlasting disband this season because of their consecutive losses in the Challenger League? Team Jade Dynasty being unable to make it through the Challenger League year after year made the players live in fear every day. Perhaps one morning they would wake up and suddenly be told that the team was disbanding. Everyone go home. This was the life of those at the bottom of the competitive scene. It was similar to those at the bottom of society. They couldn't talk about their dreams or goals. Just surviving was already difficult. Jade Dynasty had walked along this arduous path year after year. No one understood the fear and desperation of being at the bottom better than them. Xiao Jai's sudden appearance had been welcomed with heartfelt gratitude. They at least didn't have to worry about their team surviving for a short period of time. But they soon realized that their new boss wasn't as pure as they imagined him to be. He eagerly wanted Team Jade Dynasty to return to the Alliance and return to the soil where the pro players truly resided. Who didn't want that? Team Jade Dynasty had persisted year after year for this very goal, no. But in order to realize this goal, they had to face reality. Team Jade Dynasty had participated in the Challenger League for 3 years. How far their strength had fallen could easily be imagined. Indeed, Xiao Jai had brought along a pretty good player. At the same time, he had found their former captain Zhang Jian as a helper. Using the experience accumulated from all these years, along with solid financial backing to massively upgrade their equipment, the entire Team Jade Dynasty had been reborn. But even so, immediately returning to the Alliance this season was too early, no. No one wanted to be in the spotlight more than Lin Yi and the other players, but a reborn team with new characters and equipment needed time to get used to. Their new cleric became their core. With their core changed, the entire team's strategies and tactics also needed to be revised. Apart from that, this season's Challenger League had an unprecedented mountain to climb. Team Excellent Era. It wouldn't be exaggerated to call Team Jade Dynasty's situation this season as a mess both internally and externally, but their new boss, their new core player, they viewed this as a challenge and also saw it as an opportunity they could grasp. If they could beat Team Excellent Era and return to the Alliance, Team Jade Dynasty would instantly rise and return with their heads held high. After that, the two had actually started talking about becoming the champions. Team Jade Dynasty's players couldn't adapt to such a sudden change. They didn't know how they had suddenly gone from worrying about the survival of their team to becoming the champions. It wasn't like Team Jade Dynasty's players didn't have such ambitions. However, their boss and new teammates' attitude were too exaggerated. As the team captain, Lin Yi had specifically looked for Xiao Jai to discuss this issue. The boss completely ignored his worries. He lost himself in his own methods. For example, not using good equipment and waiting until the final battle to catch their opponents off guard. In his opinion, Team Excellent Era losing their heads out of fear at such a scene was too much of a joke. At that time, Lin Yi was also helpless, just like how he was when facing Lu Shilin now. This new boss and new teammate were too much in sync. It wasn't without reason. Both of them were extremely conceited. A lot of clearly difficult problems were solved by them with a laugh. Team Jade Dynasty had taken off under these circumstances. Xiao Jai repeatedly reminded them to preserve with their strength so they could surprise Team Excellent Era in the finals. The famous author Xiao Jai treated his team like a work of fiction. He thought everything was under his control. If he wanted the team to suppress themselves and then reveal their true strength, then it would happen. If he wanted them to disguise as pigs and then eat the tiger, then it would happen. He treated reality like a work of fiction. Everything would unfold just like how he intended it to. But when what happened in reality completely went against the plot he had thought of, his faithful believer, Lu Shilin, who had lost himself to this imaginary plot, took the lead and collapsed the king's avatar. Chapter 996. All of Lin Yi's persuasion couldn't calm Lu Shilin down. However, what else could he do? Even if he made a huge scene on stage, he couldn't alter the results of the match. That would probably only get them thrown out of the stadium by the security. Lin Yi felt that he could no longer communicate with this guy. He could only take the rest of the players back to their seats. However, when he looked over, Boss Xiao Jai also had an angry look on his face. "You guys go back to clean this stuff up. Leave me alone." Xiao Jai pointed towards a group of players off stage. As soon as he said this, he turned and left without looking back. Lin Yi and the others looked distressed. After staying in Jade Dynasty for this long, they had only thought about going their separate ways in the event that the team was unable to go on. Yet, they had never considered a result like what had happened today. None of them could be considered extremely strong players. Without this kind of team, they might never be able to become pro players again. Lin Yi sighed. For them, this competition had only decided whether the team lived or died. However, Lu Shilin was actually acting like it was the end of the world. Indeed, this was also a type of mockery. After Xiao Jai left, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, walking away without looking back once. Jade Dynasty's players had definitely seen their end as pro players, and their hearts ached. However, at this time no one went up to the boss to beg or give an explanation. After a year of getting to know each other, they knew what type of personality their boss had. His conceitedness made it so that he wouldn't go back on his word even when he knew he was wrong. Lin Yi stood in place in a daze. He didn't chase after his boss, nor did he immediately leave. Instead, he turned around and walked towards Happy. Seeing Happy celebrate made Jade Dynasty's players feel envious. When Happy saw Lin Yi head towards them, everyone in Happy restrained their emotions. They should show empathy towards the feelings of the losers. That was a good match. Lin Yi extended his hands towards Ye Xiu. Even if that loss spelled the end of his career, Lin Yi didn't lose the professionalism he should have. The respects paid to each other by the team captains before and after the match were too often just for show, but Lin Yi remembering to do this even with this kind of outcome showed his sincerity. "Thanks." Ye Xiu shook his hand. "Don't give up, keep working hard." "I want to." Lin Yi forced a smile. "I'm only afraid that there won't be any more opportunities for us." Everyone in Happy was startled. Chen Guo pointed towards Xiao Jai disappearing into the passageway. Could it be that? Those words weren't just out of anger. They had seen Xiao Jai flare up at them. The match had just ended though. In the time it took to raise his hands, he disbanded the team under everyone's eyes. Who would easily accept such words? As a result, they just treated those words as a burst of anger from Xiao Jai. However, from what Lin Yi seemed to imply, those weren't empty words. "I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. I wish you all good luck." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he turned around and got ready to leave. "Ah, wait." Chen Guo suddenly jumped out and shouted towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi stopped his footsteps and turned his head. "Those weren't just words of anger from your boss." Chen Guo was still pondering over this issue. She couldn't believe someone would handle things so unreasonably. "I'm afraid not," Lin Yi quietly said. "Then what do you guys plan to do in the future?" Chen Guo asked. "I don't know yet. For players at our skill level, we probably won't get any offers from teams." Lin Yi laughed at himself. "Today's match is probably our final match." Chen Guo hesitated. She appeared to be thinking over how to word her reply as she turned her head to look at Ye Xiu. "Our boss is trying to say that if you guys don't have any way out, you guys can come over to Happy for now." Ye Xiu spoke for her. Lin Yi was shocked. "But I'm afraid you probably won't have the chance to be a team member. There are still a few suitable positions related to glory work, Ye Xiu said. Lin Yi listened and understood. They were all people from the same scene. How could he not understand Ye Xiu's implications? These positions were what many retired pro players hoped for. After all, glory was what they were best at. But the problem was that Jade Dynasty's players weren't at the point where they wanted to retire yet. If the circumstances allowed it, they were more than willing to continue as a pro player and compete on stage. Even though they knew their skill levels were limited, they felt like it was still too early for them to be certain that they had no room for improvement. If Lu Shilin was here, he would probably immediately jump out and question it. What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm not good enough to be a pro and that I'm only good enough to do miscellaneous tasks? However, Lin Yi knew that the other side had good intentions. Perhaps only a team of old players like Ye Xiu, Wei Chen and Sun Jiping would truly understand and sympathize with such players who were at the end of their road. Thanks. Lin Yi first expressed his gratitude, but I think it's best if I discuss this with my brothers first before coming to a decision. No problem. Chen Guo nodded her head. Leave me your contact info. The two exchanged contact info. Lin Yi thanked them once more and then turned around to return to his teammates. As they left, they constantly turned to look towards Happy. Their expressions were filled with surprise. Lin Yi had clearly told them about Happy's intentions. Lu Shilin was still petrified on stage like a statue. He stared blankly at this scene. Suddenly, he woke up and jumped down like a madman, pointing at the departing Jade Dynasty. Then he pointed at Happy and shouted, "Good, I get it now. You guys were working in collusion with each other. You guys have already been bribed, which was why you guys intentionally performed poorly in this match. Too despicable. I'm going to complain. Referee, where's the referee?" This guy had gone absolutely mad. He actually thought that a normal conversation between the two sides was a shady business deal. Such a grand line of thinking made everyone surprised. Even the experienced Ye Xiu had never seen such an extreme person before. "FCK, what's with this guy? Steamed bun, it's time for you to shine." Wei Chen responded and immediately cursed. "Okay." Steamed bun jumped out bravely. "How should I do it? Kill him." "Stop, stop, stop." Ye Xiu hastily stopped him. "What? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to admit it." Lu Shilin looked as if he had found a magic treasure that could reverse the situation and furiously retorted, "Don't stop me. I'm about to cripple this shameless bastard." Wei Chen couldn't bear it anymore and was prepared to personally take action. Lin Yi and the others were about to leave when they heard Lu Shilin lose his mind. Xiao Jai had already disbanded the team, but in the end, Lu Shilin was still one of their teammates. They saw this guy causing trouble and even thought of himself as correct. He actually accused them of playing a fixed match. They couldn't help but get angry. Jade Dynasty's players came back, ready to drag Lu Shilin away. "Let go of me, you shameless bastards. Don't you have any sense of professionalism?" Lu Shilin did everything he could to break free as he cursed at his teammates. The expressions on the players of Jade Dynasty were ashen. If they really had no professionalism, they would have already beaten Lu Shilin to death. Just look at Team Happy's Wei Chen. Wasn't he already preparing to come over and beat him up? The crowd went into an uproar, but because they were rather far away, they could only see it happening. They couldn't hear what the two sides were saying. It looked like Team Jade Dynasty had gotten into a dispute with Team Happy. In the end, Ye Xiu was the most experienced. He didn't attack the unreasonable Lu Shilin, nor did he try and reason with him. He blocked Wei Chen while shouting left and right, "Security! Security, help! There's someone here who refuses to acknowledge that he's lost the match." As he shouted, someone laughed. When he looked at Lu Shilin, he felt like he wasn't that annoying anymore. He was just a brat who didn't get what he wanted. The security guards noticed these movements and rushed over. Not even half a minute after Ye Xiu started yelling, they had reached the scene. Ye Xiu and the others hadn't even said anything to them yet, when Lu Shilin looked as if he was clutching onto his last hope as he grabbed the security guard's hand. "I'm going to report them. These guys colluded to play a fixed match." Everyone slapped their hands to their foreheads. The Alliance obviously had a disciplinary committee to handle these matters, and there were means to make a report, but the security was not responsible for it. These two systems were completely unrelated. The security guard was experienced at dealing with these issues. After being grabbed onto by Lu Shilin, he didn't force him off. Instead, he warmly encouraged him. Okay, calm down first. Here, speak slowly. It's like this." Sure enough, Lu Shilin started talking. Then Happy and Jade Dynasty watched as this noisy kid was escorted out by the security guard. "He got his life saved," Wei Chen said with certainty. Ye Xiu didn't bother with this braggart. Linya's group said farewell to Happy again. This time, Happy was ready to leave too. Chen Guo boldly walked towards Seven Fields and the others, who were staring foolishly at what they had just witnessed, and waved. "Let's go celebrate our victory." Tonight, Team Happy had a reason to relax. It had been a long and arduous journey, but they had finally reached the final step. Next up was Team Happy's goal for this entire year, Team Excellent Era. Excellent Era had arrogantly left, not waiting to see the results. After they left the stadium, before they could even sit together at the hotel, they already got the news. Team Happy had won and would be their opponents at the finals. That fast. Everyone in Excellent Era was shocked, seeing the time. Even though Jade Dynasty was a weak team in their eyes, wouldn't Happy also count as a weak team on the same level as them? Yet Happy beat them in such an overwhelming manner. On the way back to the hotel, no one in the team talked about the upcoming finals. This was a rare scene. The King's Avatar Chapter 997. The Challenger League had finally reached its last stages. 2 days after the match against Team Jade Dynasty, the media began to harass Team Happy, all wanting to interview Ye Xiu. The finals of the Challenger League. The showdown between Team Excellent Era's ex-captain and Team Excellent Era for the right to return to the Pro League. For such a spectacular topic, even the Pro League matches could be pushed to the side. And within this topic, the most exciting aspect was Team Happy's exceptional performance. This built up anticipation for the possibility of a task once thought impossible. Happy's strength wasn't nearly as bad as people had thought. If you took a look at the victories they had scored in the Challenger League all the way until now, almost all of them were one-sided victories. Among these defeated opponents, there was Everlasting, Mysterious Fantasy, and Jade Dynasty, these 3 pro-level teams. Even though these 3 were all very weak pro teams, they hadn't been a threat to Team Happy at all. In other words, Happy's strength was far above theirs. Them challenging Excellent Era wasn't arrogant or absurd. The winds were changing. At the beginning, everyone thought that Happy was just looking for death, wanting attention, shameless. But now more and more people began to become interested in Happy, eager and expectant for what they would do next. This sort of enthusiasm was real, and not just people who wanted to see Excellent Era fall and therefore supported Happy, like it was in the beginning. Back then, their support of Happy was just to embarrass Excellent Era. Truthfully, they didn't believe Happy could threaten Excellent Era. However, now their support was more and more real because they began to acknowledge Happy's strength. This would, without doubt, make them even more anticipatory, because now there was an even bigger chance of seeing Excellent Era get humiliated. Some reporters went in-game and randomly interviewed random Glory players, asking them about their thoughts on this match. After asking several hundred people, they compiled their results and surprisingly found that the number of players supporting Happy exceeded the number of players supporting Excellent Era, a whole 68%. And when the reporters asked for their reason in supporting Happy, the gist of it was a single sentence: "It's fun to watch the drama unfold." From this point of view, a newly brought-up army, a team that came from an internet cafe. Defeating the glory powerhouse Excellent Era was evidently more unexpected and more interesting than Excellent Era winning. An upset was very attractive to many people. However, this was only a hope. Another media outlet also went around interviewing random players and didn't ask for hopes, but estimations. In this round of questioning, Excellent Era was far in the lead. 91% of players estimated that Excellent Era would win the match, even though many of them had said they hoped Happy would win. On the Monday issue of Esports Homes Weekly, these two interesting results were discussed together. At the same time, Esports Home also had what each thought of the upcoming match. This was something other media outlets didn't have. On the weekend, both teams were harassed by many different reporters from different media outlets, but both teams rejected interviews. After that, they went to the reporter they were familiar with to have a chat. Excellent Era had Cao Guangcheng, while Happy had Cheng Xian. The two reporters that had practically been silenced because of Excellent Era being relegated now had monopoly of all the best resources. Esports Home had resolutely expressed that the final match of the Challenger League had to be fully and comprehensively reported on, even if that meant giving it a portion of the sections reserved for the Pro League, which was just finishing up and in its most crucial moments. As for the Alliance, they also placed great importance on this Challenger League match that was the most popular one yet. On the weekend, they had been extremely busy. After talking things over among themselves and contacting the necessary outside parties, they made a last-minute change to the location of this final battle. To better present this match that had captured so much attention, the Alliance decided to move the finals to the Liulisong Sports Arena in the north sector of the city. The largest difference between this stadium and the last was that it was fully equipped with holographic projectors. The Alliance had decided that the finals of the Challenger League would receive the same treatment as Pro League matches, and that meant displaying it through the holographic projection technology to the audience. This aspect was added mostly for the audience. There wasn't any difference for the two competing teams. The holographic projectors just changed the way the match was shown. For the participants, they were still in the player booths, sitting and competing in front of their computer screens. They couldn't see the holographic projections. That was an omniscient view. However, the media to the Alliance to the passion of the normal players clearly showed that the amount of attention this Challenger League match was receiving was unprecedented. It wasn't just because there was a powerhouse superstar team like Excellent Era present. To be honest, the reason it could attract so much attention was mostly because of the drama Happy had created. As the match approached, how did each side see things? This was what the media was looking for and what the players were curious about. So, on the Monday issue of Esports Home, they found their answer. In the interview with Excellent Era, Happy hadn't been mentioned even once. What Excellent Era was so fixated on discussing was just one name, Ye Xiu. Ye Xiu is a good captain. When Excellent Era's boss, Tao Xuan, spoke of this, his expression was tinged with complicated emotions. He asked the journalist for a cigarette, and from what the journalist knows, Boss Tao had already quit for a while now. That's what the reporter, Cao Guangcheng, had written in the interview with Excellent Era. Ye Xiu is a good captain, very impressive. He's brought an honor onto Excellent Era that no one has managed to surpass. This is something that we can't deny. If possible, I really hope that Ye Xiu and Excellent Era could be frozen in that perfect moment in time and continue that way forever. Unfortunately, nothing in this world stays the same. The Alliance develops, glory moves forwards, we also have to keep moving forward. If we stand still and isolate ourselves, then I feel that we would have trouble keeping our competitiveness. Excellent Era is actually a very good example of this. After getting our 3 consecutive championships, we couldn't keep surpassing our limits, only hoping to keep our current pace. Yet that led to us watching as the other teams caught up one by one, snatching the championship from our hands. So in these years, Excellent Era has always been pursuing change. I hope we can find a way to survive that better suits the current situation of the Alliance. That's the only way to allow Excellent Era's continued and stable development. This sort of change, naturally, requires a cost. I had mentally prepared myself for this, but to be honest, I hadn't thought Excellent Era would be relegated. Being relegated was an accident, but what I say is that everything has its pros and cons. The year of rest we got after being relegated might just be the relaxed atmosphere we need to turn things back around for ourselves. Excellent Era might not be in the Alliance anymore, but if you ask me, I think Excellent Era is always looking forwards, positive, never giving up no matter where we are. We only have one goal, the championship. We will never give up on working towards the championship. However, the road to this goal is longer than usual this time. We have to start from the Challenger League, and here we met the greatest player we at Excellent Era have ever had, Ye Xiu. Yet now he's our opponent. To be honest, this is more surprising to me than Excellent Era being relegated. Recently, I've heard people from other teams say, and of course, our reporter friends ask me, saying everyone is very curious, wondering if Ye Xiu had a spat with Excellent Era. Otherwise, why would he suddenly come back after retiring and go against Excellent Era in the Challenger League? Heh, why Ye Xiu suddenly retired and suddenly came back? I think you should ask Ye Xiu this question. Though I'm close with him, I'm not a part of his mind. Of course, I understand everyone's troubles. Ye Xiu never accepts interviews from the media, so getting an answer from him is practically impossible. How he thinks about this exactly, I can't really guess, but I believe that I can tell everyone for certain that Excellent Era and Ye Xiu have no bad blood between them. Whenever there's a fluctuation in performance or rumors of transferring in the teams today, it'll always come with guesses like that. But in reality, it's baseless rumors. Excellent Era and Ye Xiu have no bad blood between them, but if you want to say we have some differences in opinion, that's true. Like if I say snails are delicious and you say pork is delicious. Can these differences in opinion be called bad blood? These differences in opinion exist wherever people exist, so I won't go on about it. Now Ye Xiu is our opponent, and to be truthful, I'm still not very used to this situation. How did Ye Xiu become our opponent? But this is all right, I respect his decisions. This time, let's battle it out as opponents. Of course, if he's okay with it, I wouldn't mind going out for a drink together after the match. Excellent Era's interview was attended personally by their boss. This was extremely rare. And in the interview, Excellent Era's boss seemed to have completely opened himself up, confidently, eagerly, and directly answering many of the questions everyone had about Excellent Era and Ye Xiu. The only question he avoided was why Ye Xiu came to the Challenger League to face off against Excellent Era. He kicked that question to Ye Xiu for him to answer. Those who were kept in the dark naturally would come after Ye Xiu for questions, but those who knew wanted to flip the table in rage. For example, Chen Guo. Shameless. Chen Guo slapped the newspaper onto the desk harshly, as if she was hitting Tao Xuan with this slap. Tao Xuan had answered all the nice things and thrown the one trapped question right to Ye Xiu. That was such a sly move. The King's Avatar Chapter 998 Excellent Era's boss Tao Xuan personally accepted an interview. This was definitely giving them enough face. However, after compiling the draft, Cao Guangcheng had experienced the cunning and intelligence of a boss-level figure. In the interview, Tao Xuan fully expressed his and Excellent Era's tolerance and understanding of Ye Xiu's actions, but it was this move that was a needle hidden in silk. Excellent Era was so understanding and generous to Ye Xiu, but Ye Xiu had led a team against them into the Challenger League, ready to fight to the death with them. With this, their images in the eyes of the public were clear. The only words, apart from traitorous, that could be used to describe Ye Xiu's actions was biting the hand that fed him. Spectacular. Cao Guangcheng couldn't help but exclaim to himself as he compiled the draft. So, how would Happy deal with this? Though Excellent Era and Happy weren't sitting face to face together, one couldn't forget that the reporters interviewing the teams were all from esports home. They could easily guide the interview in any way they wanted to, and they could make the two interviews match each other. Cao Guangcheng was responsible for Excellent Era's side. He was only disappointed at not being able to interview Happy himself, getting Chang Xian to go for him. Yet when Chang Zan came back and compiled his draft for Cao Guangcheng to see, Cao Guangcheng was furious. In Chang Xian's draft, he saw that the other had written. When the pass was brought up, Captain Ye Xiu smiled and then lit a cigarette, before eagerly beginning to chat with the journalist. As expected, a famous teacher trains a fine student. This saying was extremely similar to the situation where he wrote about Tao Xuan asking the journalist for a cigarette. However, under the same situation, Tao Xuan had made a needle in the cotton move, while Ye Xiu kicked his legs up and said, "No comment." Cao Guangcheng wanted to slam the desk and scold Chang Xian for this. Then he'd be able to finally get everything he was holding in regarding Chang Xian off his chest. However, Cao Guangcheng knew very clearly, this wasn't that Chang Xian didn't put effort in, but that his interviewee wouldn't cooperate, avoiding the topic. If it was so simple to get what you wanted to know, then a journalist career would be far too easy. This draft gave Cao Guangcheng sufficient reason to doubt Chang Xian's ability for a while. Despite being doubtful, he still had to use the draft. Even though it hadn't captured the point, this was still an exclusive interview. Currently, only Chang Xian could successfully interview Team Happy. The two reporters that were sent specifically to report on the Challenger League had become especially awkward once the tournament had reached the finals. That was because the two finalist teams didn't accept interviews from just anyone, forcing them to join the other reporters and media, lying in wait to ambush the team's players for just a few questions here and there like paparazzi. Compared to the amalgamation of what scraps they could pick up, God knows how much better Chang Xian's draft was. However, Cao Guangcheng was already prepared for the harsh scolding he was bound to get when turning these drafts in to the editor-in-chief. As expected, not even an hour after the drafts were given in, the editor-in-chief called Cao Guangcheng's mobile and unleashed a torrent of curses at him. Although the draft that wasn't up to standard was Chang Xian's, the editor-in-chief's first sentence was, "Little Chang is a newbie, so it's natural that he might not be able to do well, but are you a newbie, too?" Like how Cao Guangcheng ignored how hard it would be for Chang Xian to talk Ye Xiu into giving up information, the editor-in-chief also ignored how Cao Guangcheng didn't have any control whatsoever over the interview Chang Xian did with Happy, and slammed the big black pan onto his head. However, the end result was the same as Cao Guangcheng scolding Chang Xian. Though he had gotten shit for it, the draft still had to be used. They had hoped that they could get some tension and drama between the two sides, but in the end, one talked about the weather while the other focused on the food. In the end, Chang Xian's interview of Team Happy deepened everyone's understanding of Team Happy as a team, while Tao Xuan's personal interview once again stirred up a wave of hatred for Ye Xiu among Excellent Era fans. The continuous implications resulted many uncertain Excellent Era fans who thought that there might be more to the story, resolutely standing to the side of their team. In the next few days, Chen Guo didn't dare look at the discussions going on online regarding this topic. She was afraid that if she did, she'd die of anger. It was a good thing that the atmosphere in the team was stable, and Ye Xiu was as calm as always. This time, Chen Guo didn't get mad at Ye Xiu for being so calm. The finals were approaching and she was grateful for Ye Xiu's attitude. Otherwise, if he was easy to anger as she was, he'd have his mind in chaos and wouldn't be able to compete properly. Yes, compete. The current Ye Xiu was completely focused on the finals. These days, he was often discussing things with Wei Chen, with Sun Zhiping, with all the members of the team. This wasn't a last-minute effort. They had started preparing to defeat Excellent Era from summer last year, when Excellent Era was relegated. Glory had an online game as its foundations, and this made it so that it wasn't just the tens of minutes on stage of one's performance that would influence the final result. A minute on stage hid 10 years of work. This saying was more or less appropriate for Glory as well. In this year, after putting everything they had into these behind-the-scenes work, the tens of minutes on stage was about to arrive. When it came down to it, everything depended on these tens of minutes. No matter how well you prepared, how much effort you put, if you didn't perform to your best in these few minutes, everything would be for nothing. How would Team Happy face this final battle? Chen Guo didn't even know. All she knew was that this was what Ye Xiu had been talking to the others about recently. Some she heard, some she didn't, but she never went and asked. She hoped that Ye Xiu could focus his time and effort completely on the competition. There was no need for him to explain anything to her. At this time, Chen Guo seemed like the person in Team Happy with the least to do. Though she was usually passionate and energetic, she didn't seem to have any intentions on joining in any time soon. What she could do now was make sure to not bother anyone. With this, she felt content and not at all left out or lonely. Seeing everyone so busy, she only felt security and warmth. At times like these, Chen Guo was reminded of another person, a person who was currently in enemy territory. Sima Cheng. What was she feeling now? Was she like the members of Happy, doing her best in preparation for the match? Though Chen Guo hated Excellent Era now, she wouldn't find any wrong in it. This was the professionalism a pro player should show. They should put their best efforts into any match. Though a lot of uninvolved people tried to place many unneeded expectations and implications onto this match, Chen Guo could clearly see from Ye Xiu every day that Ye Xiu didn't care at all about anything outside of the match itself. Taking revenge because he had been forced to retire. He wasn't doing that. Having conflicted emotions because he couldn't bring himself to fully cut ties with Excellent Era. He didn't have that either. Yes, that's how it was. There was no good or bad. It seemed cold and cruel, but he faced glory and competition with this honest attitude. This was the oldest god of glory in her eyes, and with just this, Chen Guo felt that her years of being his fan hadn't gone to waste. This was someone worth respecting with all your heart because he could do what no one else could. For example, Chen Guo understood this logic and approved of this attitude, but she just wasn't able to accomplish it herself. She was unable to face Excellent Era with a calm heart. Thinking of what Excellent Era had done to Ye Xiu, she would just love to see Happy rip them apart 100 times, and them tearfully kneeling in regret beside them. Time went on day by day, and the match day was getting closer and closer. Chen Guo made sure to take over anything that could disturb the others, while doing a good job on staring into space. Even if Chang Xian came over during this time, he would only be able to interact with Chen Guo, and when he saw Chen Guo's seriousness, Chang Xian didn't dare to bother the other members of Happy. Friday. Match day. Esports Home released an issue. Team Happy and Team Excellent Era's face-off in the Challenger League finally made the headlines on Esports Home's weekly issue, the topic bigger than any of the pro matches that were due to happen the following day. On those headlines, the two words Ye Xiu were even larger than Happy. This was originally a fight between two teams, but for the media, who liked this sort of drama, focused on Ye Xiu versus Excellent Era. If Happy didn't have Ye Xiu, then no matter how talented they were, the fact that they were in the Challenger League meant that even at a time like this, they probably wouldn't be seen anywhere near the headlines. In this issue, the reporters at the front lines hadn't managed to get any first-hand information. Chang Xian didn't want to disturb them, and Excellent Era had also closed themselves off to train, so Cao Guangcheng couldn't approach them either. However, in this situation, it gave them room to express their own opinions, describing what they had seen and thought. Thus, that tension of a storm about to come was fanned and fueled to its highest by the two. The two reporters took note on what they had seen and heard, describing the two teams they had interacted with in the past few days, and placed that on the section left for the Challenger League. A costly section like the headlines obviously wouldn't have anything with actual, realistic content. It was usually just for the title to attract readers. Esports Home's Friday weekly issue was sent to the newsstands all across the city in the early morning, and it was at that time that Happy boarded the Alliance-arranged coach to the stadium. Although the match was in the evening, they had switched stadiums, so the teams had to warm up and familiarize themselves with the environment. After contacting Happy for their opinion, they sent someone over in the early morning to get Happy to the stadium for warm-up. Excellent Era also got the same call for their opinion, and were currently also on their way over to the place where the final match was taking place, Liaosong Sports Arena. And then that's when the two teams met at the entrance to the stadium. The King's Avatar Chapter 999, Hey Old Ye. The one to greet Happy wasn't a random person, but Excellent Era's boss, Tao Xuan. As he called out, he walked over briskly. His tone of voice and conduct didn't lack cordiality. For a moment Chen Guo felt dazed. Had she confused him with someone else? Ye Xiu smiled and waved. It could be considered a greeting. You guys came quite early, Tao Xuan smiled. You guys did too, Ye Xiu said. Tao Xuan's gaze shifted towards the members of Team Happy, sizing them up. He was a senior member in the scene, Wei Chen, Sun Zhiping. If he tried a bit, he could recognize them. However, as the boss of a powerhouse, he didn't need to waste his time trying to make friends with players past their prime, so he treated them the same as ordinary players. He nodded his head as a greeting to the rest of Happy. Who would have thought? Your team is quite interesting. Happy, right? I never noticed that our neighbor was a crouching tiger hidden dragon, Tao Xuan said and gave a smile towards his team. If their boss was smiling, how could they not do the same? All of the players in Team Excellent Era started smiling. After Tao Xuan was done talking, he didn't wait for anyone in Happy to give a reply. His eyes turned towards someone in Team Happy, Tang Ru. The only person in Team Happy who truly interested Tao Xuan was Tang Ru. However, Excellent Era's battle mage position was taken by their ace player, Sun Xiang. Tao Xuan didn't have any intentions on replacing him. It was just that when he saw Tang Ru and Happy, he felt even more regretful than the other teams interested in Tang Ru. Miss Tang, it's nice to meet you. Tao Xuan ignored everyone else and specifically singled out Tang Ru. With Tang Ru's background, she was someone who had experienced many things. She could handle any situation. She gave a polite reply towards Tao Xuan's greeting. Then she heard Tao Xuan say, Miss Tang, someone as talented as you definitely shouldn't stay buried. After this match, if you're interested, you can contact me at any time. This is my business card. Hey, what are you saying? Chen Guo was listening on the side and flared up. Tao Xuan's words implied that he considered everyone else beneath him. Not only was he trying to recruit her in front of everyone, he was also hinting that Happy losing the finals was set in stone. I'm not saying anything. Tao Xuan smiled. His tone of voice was confident and at ease because Tang Ru had already accepted his business card and nodded her head, saying thanks. That's enough chit-chat. I'll see you guys tonight. Tao Xuan called out to Excellent Era's players and started walking away. Excellent Era's players followed their boss. Not a single one glanced at Happy. Only Suma Cheng remained behind. She acted as if she didn't know and started talking to Ye Xiu and the others. Tao Xuan obviously knew about it, but when he turned his head and saw this scene, he didn't say anything and left along with the others in Excellent Era. That guy is too infuriating. Why didn't you have any reaction? Chen Guo looked around. Ye Xiu and Wei Chen were usually experts at making people angry. Why were they so calm? I just felt like it. Such a powerful boss personally ran over to talk some trash in front of us. It's not a trivial matter. I felt like I should give him some room to express himself. Wei Chen said in deadly earnest. Oh, who was that? And Wenyi and Luo Jai asked curiously. Tao Xuan thought he was some top dog, but he forgot that he was too high up. Ordinary people wouldn't recognize him. His trash talk had been prepared quite meticulously, but unfortunately, he didn't think that there were people in Happy who didn't even recognize him. They just saw him give Tang Ru his business card. Is he a scout? If Wenyi and Luo Jai had to make a guess, they would most likely give this answer. Chen Guo wasn't able to get angry. She pulled Suma Cheng over and chatted about all sorts of things, but despite this being before a big match, she didn't mention glory even a single time. Chen Guo was clearly avoiding this sensitive subject. After all, no matter how clear Suma Cheng's position stood, she was their opponent this match. Even if she faced them as a professional, what type of feelings did she have in her heart? As a result, Chen Guo felt like it wasn't good to talk about glory. After entering the venue, both teams had people specifically to receive them, and Suma Cheng had to go back to Excellent Era. The two teams were led to their lounges. The appropriate arrangements had already been set up in the venue. The two sides each had 2 hours to get used to the setup. Team Excellent Era said that you guys can enter the stage first to familiarize yourselves with the setup. The employee passed on the message. Okay, thank them for us. Ye Xiu nodded his head. Okay, I'll relay it to them. The employee immediately left. The people in Happy wandered around their huge lounge. Even Wei Chen was deeply moved. In his generation, even pro teams didn't have such luxurious conditions. Stadium. What a joke. At that time, who had such nice accommodations? Finding some sort of building that could house a few hundred or a few thousand people was enough for a match. It hadn't even been 10 years since then, and teams now had their own arenas. Glory's growth could only be described as rapid. Not bad, really not bad. Wei Chen touched and looked around. His spirit was trembling with excitement as he waved. Come on, let me see what the setup is like on stage. Everyone in Happy left the lounge and walked through the player passageway to arrive at the stage. From the audience's seats, there wasn't much of a difference compared to the previous venue. The accommodations were about the same. However, the decorations were completely different. The player preparation areas were all on the south side. The stage was split on the east and west. The center of the stage was a vast empty area, where the holographic projections could be shown. After nearly a season's baptism, the holographic projection technology was quite mature. Those in the crowd would absolutely have a different experience than those watching at home. It wasn't just as simple as the atmosphere. After this change, the number of seats filled up in a stadium soared. The Alliance and the various teams had benefited greatly. This method would continue to be improved. After Happy walked around their preparation area, they went towards the stage. For the players, the empty area in the middle for the holographic projections wasn't important because they wouldn't be able to see it in the middle of a match. The stage was their true battlefield. Each side had 6 booths for the maximum number of players inside a team competition. The computers in front of the seats were all set up uniformly. It was an Alliance standard. Players could bring their own mice and keyboards. It was easy for them to plug those in. However, before the match, They would undergo an inspection to see if they complied with the Alliance's regulations. If a player forgot to bring their own equipment out of carelessness, there was no need to worry. The Alliance wouldn't cancel the player's qualification to compete. The player could borrow a teammate's or use standard equipment provided by the hosts. The players could start warming up on stage. The necessary inspections had already been done. The regulations for this year's Challenger League Finals was quite strict. It was completely in line with the Pro League. Everyone in Happy went to their side. They turned on the equipment and tried them out. Even Chen Guo got to experience the feeling of a pro player playing on stage. After checking out their equipment, they left and saw Wei Chen standing alone on stage, staring blankly at the rest of the stadium. Chen Guo didn't go up and bother him. She learned from Wei Chen and looked around. A retired old soldier like him had never thought he would return to such a familiar scene, but such a scene was happening today. What was he feeling right now? Chen Guo turned his head to look towards Wei Chen. Then she saw Ye Xiu also standing next to him. The two seemed to be having a good time smoking. The smoke swirled into the air for everyone to see. Chen Guo was speechless at these two. Can't you leave some room for others to get emotional? Although Wei Chen had never been on such a large stage, as a veteran of the scene, he had frightening adaptability. He wasn't like the young ones who checked out each seat curiously. 2 hours soon passed. Team Excellent Era's players could be seen. In reality, the warm-up for the two teams didn't conflict with each other. The 2-hour time limit wasn't really a time limit. If a team wanted to spend another hour, it wouldn't violate any rules. It was just that right before the match started, all of the equipment would be inspected one last time. At that time, players were required to leave. As a result, Excellent Era saying Happy could go on stage first was an unnecessary courtesy. Their arrogance as a powerhouse showed. Only the players from Excellent Era came to warm up. Tao Xuan didn't follow along. When they saw that Happy was still there, they didn't say anything. After taking a look at their preparation area, they went to their area on stage. Just when Happy was about to leave, someone in Excellent Era suddenly said, "Hey!" Everyone in Happy stopped. It was Sun Xiang, who refused to give up even after being ridiculed numerous times. "Ever since the offline tournament started, I won every match 1v5. Sun Xiang held out his hand and waved it. "Tonight will not be an exception. This kid is hopeless." Chen Guo was helpless. Even she remained aloof at Sun Xiang's taunt. Sun Xiang's cried, "The wolf is here." Yet the wolf never came. Who knew how many times this joke had happened? Everyone in Happy ignored him and left the stage. At 8:00 p.m., the Challenger League Finals officially started. The King's Avatar Chapter 1000 as expected. The finals didn't disappoint. There was still an hour left before the match officially went underway, yet the Liulisong Sports Arena was already completely packed. This wasn't Excellent Era's home stadium, but the influence of a powerhouse was not something those at the level of Jade Dynasty or Mysterious Fantasy could compare to. In the finals, Excellent Era's fans gathered together. There were plenty of local fans and City H's most loyal fans, who would always follow the team into battle as Excellent Era's Iron Fan Army. They too graced their presence for this match. Banners in support of Excellent Era could be seen all throughout the stadium. However, those hoping for tonight's victory were in the minority. More of them were pointing towards next year, pointing towards Excellent Era's sweep through the Alliance. Just like the survey had found before the match, even though many were hoping for Happy to win, more people's predictions favored Excellent Era. As Excellent Era's most loyal fans, how could they doubt the superior team? In comparison, those who hoped for Happy to win just wanted drama. Cheer for them. They were afraid that others would think of them as idiots. Despite the trend, there just happened to be a bunch of idiots. Among the sea of Excellent Era banners, that bunch held up Happy's logo high and shouted that Happy would topple Excellent Era. They became the joke of the surrounding people, but they didn't care. They were staunch supporters of Happy. The players and the characters from Team Happy had a connection that stemmed from the game. Happy, Happy. Seven Fields led everyone to shout with all they had. It was a reminder to everyone. Don't ignore Happy. Excellent Era's fans quickly discovered this small group of reckless people and flung all sorts of insults and biting remarks at them. Seven Fields and the others remained unmoved as they continued to express their support for Happy. At 7:30 p.m., the lighting in the stadium gradually began to darken. Everyone immediately became excited because this indicated that the match was one step closer to starting. Whether it was the broadcast or the holographic projections, all of them required light. Watching a glory match was similar to watching a movie. As soon as the match started, apart from the stage, everything else would be pitch black. If not for these conditions, it would have been very difficult for Ye Xiu's face to not have been revealed after so many years of playing. When the lights went completely dark, the host began calling for the players to come onto the stage. First up was Team Excellent Era. The person at the front was Ye Xiu, who had transferred to the relegated Excellent Era because he was confident about Excellent Era's future. The spotlight shone on the player passageway. Ye Xiu walked out and waved to the crowd. He was no stranger to this scene, but it had been a year since then. When he saw the projection of life extinguisher appear next to him as he walked out, even Ye Xiu felt fascinated. The brought-to-life character made a heroic battle pose. The crowd applauded. Afterwards, the spotlight shifted to Excellent Era's second player. The holographic projection on stage also changed. This was the new way players came onto the stage. The crowd's spirits were thoroughly ignited. Excellent Era's fans cheered. The last player to come out was Sun Xiang. He and the pose struck by his character One Autumn Leaf made the crowd's cheers reach its highest point. After Excellent Era was Happy. When the host announced their name, the stadium erupted with boos. When the host introduced Happy's first player, Ye Xiu, the boos reached its highest point. There were even curses and insults thrown in as well. When Ye Xiu's character, Lord Grimm, appeared on stage, the crowd roared in laughter. It was just a model, so the proportions didn't need to be rescaled. The character was larger than a real person. As a result, the character's equipment was even more clear, and the joke that was Lord Grimm's mix and match equipment was magnified. Lord Grimm's equipment was all level 75 orange equipment, but it included cloth, leather, light, heavy plate armor. How could the crowd not laugh? Such a dress style was too much of a novelty. The crowd became even more hectic with their laughter. As Excellent Era's fans laughed at this set of equipment, they continued to curse at the ungrateful traitor. Some fans even tried to rush on stage, but were quickly stopped by security and kicked out. Towards such a controversial match, the organizers had made plenty of preparations towards possible behavior like that. After Ye Xiu, the boos towards Happy clearly lessened. At the end, when Luo Jai and Wenyi came onto the stage, there was practically no noise at all. Seven Fields' group continued to cheer, but in this packed stadium, what noise they could make was rather small. After introducing the players, about half an hour had passed. The two sides sat at their respective benches. At the player preparation area, Excellent Era's boss, Tao Xuan, personally came to watch over the match. Before the match started, he once again came over to give a polite greeting to Ye Xiu. Under the gazes of so many Excellent Era fans, he had to put in enough effort. Soon afterwards, it was time for the final preparations before the match. The list of who would be playing in which match had been set. It could not be changed anymore. However, there had been a leak. With the new change in format, the Alliance might change this fixed player roster to teams picking their players as the match continued, but these were all after matters. The usual format would be used in this match. When it was almost 8 p.m., the host called for the first players on each side to go on stage and get ready. Happy's first player stood up. Tang Ru. The first player sent out by Happy was Tang Ru. This was Ye Xiu's arrangement. She herself liked it too because the first player sent out by Excellent Era should be Sun Xiang. Tang Ru liked to fight against skilled players. From Ye Xiu's analysis, the combo of Sun Xiang and one Autumn Leaf wasn't something anyone in Happy could beat face to face. Ye Xiu had formulated many plans. In the end, he decided on Tang Ru first, meeting force with force. If the fire inside Tang Ru was ignited and she went beyond her limits to win, then that would be great. If not, with Tang Ru's battle mage style, Sun Xiang would also have to go all out. As a result, the second player sent out would be Mo Fan. Mo Fan's quiet and extremely patient style would make it so that Sun Xiang would have nowhere to vent all the pent-up energy he had from the previous match. That pent-up energy would turn into annoyance. With that mentality, it would be easy for openings to leak. Mo Fan slowly contending with him was the most suitable. Even if he didn't win, Wei Chen would be up third. His shrewd and dirty style would be enough to deal with the extremely gloomy Sun Xiang. Tang Ru, Mo Fan, Wei Chen. These three were the first three players in the group arena lineup. This arrangement was to deal with Sun Xiang alone. Even though Sun Xiang had yet to beat them in a verbal battle, that wouldn't make Ye Xiu underestimate his skill in glory so much so that he even arranged a 3v1 specifically to target him. Tang Ru headed towards Happy's booths on the right side. At the same time, the matchup for the first round in the group arena was announced. Team Happy Tang Ru Battle Mage Soft Mist. Team Excellent Era Xiao Shiken Mechanic Life Extinguisher. Xiao Shiken. Hearing this name come out, Tang Ru stopped in astonishment. She turned her head to look. She hadn't walked far yet. She could clearly see from Excellent Era's bench. The person who was about to go up was that one wearing glasses, the player who looked like an intellectual. It's not Sun Xiang. Tang Ru wasn't the only one surprised in Team Happy. Everyone looked towards Excellent Era's bench. Their expressions of surprise made Sun Xiang delighted. Sun Xiang was clapping and laughing out loud. He was pointing at Happy as if they were monkeys at a zoo. You thought the first player to be sent out would be me. You've been fooled. Ha 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 ha. Sun Xiang wasn't going to let this opportunity pass and immediately called them out. Xiao Shiken turned his head to look at Happy and smiled. Then he turned his head back and headed towards Excellent Era's booths on stage. Happy didn't underestimate Sun Xiang, but from the looks of it, Excellent Era didn't underestimate Happy either. Was Sun Xiang provoking them with a 1v5 intentional, or did the team make adjustments because of his brainlessness? Trying to figure that out was pointless at this time. Sun Xiang not going first made Happy's battle arrangements pointless. What's worse, Excellent Era very likely read Happy's likely plan and made their own counterplan. Xiao Shiken versus Tang Ru. Just from this matchup, Ye Xiu could smell hints of a counterplan. Having a highly intelligent tactician deal with a battle fanatic like Tang Ru was most definitely the correct choice. But then again, an intelligent player like Xiao Shiken wouldn't be on the losing side towards any type of playstyle. Him leading might just be a safe arrangement. The unexpected arrangement disrupted Ye Xiu's plans. He had to analyze the situation. Even though the lineup had been set, he could give different instructions to the players depending on the circumstances. Ye Xiu looked towards Tang Ru. He saw that when she found out that she would be facing Xiao Shiken, she let out a rather regretful expression. Ye Xiu understood Tang Ru's expression too well. It was just that she was giving out this expression towards a player like Xiao Shiken. If the other side knew, who knew what they would think? Xiao Shiken was an all-star player too. Even if his title as a master tactician stood out more, even Sun Xiang wouldn't be certain he could beat him in a 1v1. For a player of this caliber, let alone Xiao Shiken, even if Zhang Xinji came over with his cleric, it would be hard to say what the result would be.